talk a whole lot about home field advantage, and you obviously would know more about that than me, but I wonder if that's going to be a factor.
Definitely could be. And when I look at that game for Michigan State, Kenneth Walker III. Ride him out. Shorten the game.
Awfully good. 20 straight wins against ranked conference opponents for Ohio State. That is the longest streak in the history of college football. What about Purdue and Northwestern?
You know, I haven't seen the juice and the enthusiasm from the Northwestern team that we usually see. Maybe being in Wrigley Field to change that. I'd like to see a little bit more energy.
For Purdue, this is a really good game to get balanced on offense. And I know they don't want to run the ball, but there will be opportunities on the ground for Purdue.
Trying to get to 7 regular season wins, first time since 2007, and finally Penn State and Rutgers.
You know, again, 6-4, underachieving for the season. They've struggled a little bit offensively last game for a lot of their seniors in their stadium.
Same goal for Rutgers. Like, go out there and have fun. You know, this is an energy game. This is a game where you just go out there and let loose.
Rutgers trying to beat Penn State for the first time since 1988. We'll see if they can do it again. 2 games here on the Big Ten Network. We will be here all day. Enjoy the first half. We'll see you at halftime.
Woke up this morning hoping for a Penn State win, and of course, if that comes true, maybe we'll be celebrating with some gabagool later on tonight at the Sopranos house. I am currently looking live at Beaver Stadium right here in Happy Valley for Penn State Senior Day, as the Nittany Lions will host the 5-5 Rutgers Scarlet Knights in a pivotal Big Ten East showdown this November Saturday afternoon. Thank you for tuning in and listening. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool Hand Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. That thumbs up button. Share hashtag college football, hashtag Rutgers, hashtag Penn State. Chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers. Always greatly appreciated. A 12 noon kick on the Big Ten Network with Penn State legend, a Super Bowl champion in Matt Millen on the call with Elise Menaker on the field. Sean Clifford has been announced as a starting quarterback, but Penn State this week suffering some non-COVID related illnesses. Christian Veilleux, the true freshman from the Great White North, the kidding crippler himself, could very well get his very first start in his college football career this afternoon. If not, he still very well could see some playing time. If Clifford, at some point in time during this matchup, does not feel well, I guess across the board with this roster that James Franklin and the coaching staff has put together for this 2021 campaign, starting 5-0 and losing 4 or 5, sitting at 6-4 now, the Saturday before Thanksgiving. There's been illnesses top to bottom with Penn State this week. So we'll see who plays. We'll see who doesn't. But in the meantime, the blue and white take the field on Senior Day. Beaver Stadium, Happy Valley. Penn State looking to end the home slate here in 2021, just as they started it with a W back on 9/11 with a win over Ball State after winning, of course, at Wisconsin week 1, 5-0 start, losing 4-5, last win 2 weeks ago at Maryland, last home win a month and a half ago against Indiana. A win today would, in fact, be win number 304 all-time at Beaver Stadium. But we'll have to see if the Scarlet Knights will respect their elders and bow down to their Knight Marshal, or if they'll be Shiano chopping their way back to Piscataway after whacking the Nittany Lions with their 6th win of the season to become bowl eligible. As Penn State has mentioned, is already bowl eligible at 6-4, but are coming off of a loss versus Michigan last Saturday, whereas Rutgers last week won at Indiana and now sit, as mentioned, at 5-5. Penn State, in the meantime, though, has not lost to Rutgers since 1988. Before that, it was 1918 at the end of World War I, as the Nittany Lions own the all-time series 29-2. And it has been 70 years since the last loss, so expect a blue and white win here this afternoon. Rutgers is going to put up a fight. They'll keep it close. Penn State will pull away in the second half. However, turnovers and big plays will play key today. Rutgers is 5-0 when they don't turn the football over. Penn State 3-1. So something's got to give. And Penn State's losses, in which they've also had less than 30 minutes of time possession in all 4 games, the Nitwit defense have given up a game-changing play in the 4th quarter, in which, of course, sitting at 6-4, lost all 4 by a total of 18 points, but less than a margin of 10, with 3 of the 4 having come by 4, only 4 points or fewer. Lost by 3 at Iowa, 2 and 9 overtimes against Illinois, 9 at Ohio State, and 4 last week against Michigan. Penn State has to be able to run the football today, open up the play action. Play, of course, Penn State defense as always. Rely on your special teams. Don't go for it as many times as you did, though, last week on 4th down, including special teams. But just keep it simple. Simplify everything. Balance and consistency. Everything should work itself out a few hours from now. But if Clifford does not play and Christian Veilleux starts or just plays a little bit today, they're going to especially have to be able to run the football then for a young freshman quarterback. So the depth chart changes a little bit. It seems like Clifford's going to get the start as Penn State's back deep to receive in the north end zone, left or right across the television screen, ready on audio dial. So, of course, if he doesn't start, but it looks like he will, along with maybe they pull him because he's not playing well or he gets sick during the game. And a penalty on the first play of the game with a kick out of bounds, be 1st and 10. The Lions a few more yards on downfield. But, we could see Christian Veilleux at quarterback today rather than Taquan Roberson, who we have known for quite some time, really, no offense, isn't that good of a quarterback. But, he played well a little bit in relief at Iowa. They got something going there late with the quarterback draw, but eventually Iowa stopped him, and rightfully so. And they still couldn't run the football then. They still can't. They haven't had a 100-yard rusher in a year. Almost had it last week against Michigan, but now from the 35, 1st and 10 for Penn State. Clifford out of the gun looking to throw, and it's going to be caught by one of the 2 tight ends and number 84, also from Canada, Theo Johnson. So, run the football, open up play action, get the ball also to your tight ends. They, thank God, do that early on. Get synced in, get some rhythm and momentum going. Screen near side, in the ground, and complete 10 for 24. Kevon Lee. You run the football, open up play action. The rest of the offense is going to open itself up, believe me. Play good defense, get some stops. Penn State will be all right. 3rd and 4 here, 30 seconds in. As Rutgers and Penn State is underway. We'll also have on as Clifford takes the snap from the 41. Some pressure rolling out near side. Gets rid of it, and it's going to be a little high and complete intended for the Bolitnikov Award finalist in Jahan Dotson. No, but Rutgers, Penn State actually late. Penalty flag on the play. We'll see what the dirty laundry is from the Zebras. And if it's going to be against Rutgers, Penn State should keep the football here, 1st down, but right now it's an incomplete on 3rd down, 4th down, and Penn State's on the punt. Holding on the defense, and then holding on the offense, they're going to offset. Yeah, they'll replay the down, 3rd down. All right. They'll get one more shot at it here. I didn't see either hold, but I guess I'll take their word for it, for what that is worth. But Rutgers, Penn State, Michigan, Ohio State, along with Iowa State, Oklahoma, and Wake Forest, Clemson, all on here at high noon this Saturday before Thanksgiving. Trips near side out of the gun, 3rd and 4, once again from the 41 after the offsetting penalties. Pump fake by the Big Red Dog, and incomplete near side intended for Keandre Lambert-Smith. So Penn State's going to go 3 and out on their opening drive. I've had a few penalties already here with a kick out of bounds and then an offsetting holding penalty to replay down there, but another incompletion near side, 4th down, and number 98, Jordan Stout, on to punt for the blue and white. So talk about the injuries, talk about the non-COVID related illnesses that Penn State currently has going on. You know, really on offense, really hasn't played a factor yet. I haven't seen anybody that I haven't seen as of late play. I mean, there was talk there just a minute ago that maybe Clifford wasn't going to play. It was going to be Veyu starting. You know, maybe he looks fine to me. You know, maybe, like I said, once again, if he needs to come out, okay, well, we know it's going to be him. And, you know, I think that's a little bit, even though he's a true freshman, a little bit of a sigh of relief than Taquan Roberson. No offense once again, but he's not really that good of a quarterback. We've seen that firsthand. But with the non-COVID related illnesses that Penn State is going through right now, you know, and like I said, nobody really on offense other than they say Clifford has come out basically. Who on defense, now Penn State's on defense, as Rutgers is going to hand off, no gain on the play, 2nd down and 10. Who on the defense is going to be pulled and plugged and because of those circumstances? I see Jonathan Sutherland, number 0, on defense, so he has to be in for... It looks like somebody in the secondary. I don't know who, though, because Castro Fields, Joey Porter Jr., Jaquan Brisker, and Jair Brown are all playing. Now, okay, you want to play nickel, all right, that's fine by me, but just make some stops. And at the same time, like, okay, the linebackers, they all look the same. Like, even the DNs with, and up front on the D-line with Ebikadi and Tangelo, 2 transfers Penn State received this past offseason, who on this senior day, Brandon Smith, in the meantime, makes a stop, 4th down for Rutgers. So also go 3 and out here. So this game, you know, very well could turn into a shit show if it keeps up. But a couple minutes in, 2 3 and outs, and Dotson in the meantime back deep to receive. So Rutgers, Penn State, a few minutes in. These other games just now about to kick off for some... Well, after noon, yeah, on schedule. Penn State and Rutgers kicked off right at 12. Normally there's a little bit of a gap in between, but these other games just now about to start. So, yeah. Okay, commercial break as we set in. Once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button, share, chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers, always greatly appreciated. Wasn't expecting to hear by any means Penn State is suffering some non-COVID related illnesses, but I guess that's what you have to say anymore when you're sick, because everybody always assumes it's just fucking COVID anymore because it's been a year and a half of this bullshit, but here we are still. In the meantime, commercial break. But yeah, I wasn't expecting, as Penn State's getting the ball back, Clifford looks fine to me. You know, anybody to be out by any means. You know, but if you're sick, you're sick. That's why you have as many players you have on your roster. So it's next man up mentality. Standard is standard. and continue to go to work and play football. So really don't need to be worrying about it, I'd say, as much as we currently are. But you just never know because, who knows? It could factor in late in the game when, a game-changing play needs to be made or stopped. So we'll get into Penn State Senior Day. Thank all the seniors. There's 30 plus. And then, of course, even as a senior, not knowing if they'll be coming back or not next year because of the NCAA rule. Basically, last year was a free year. You have an extra year of eligibility. The super seniors, the fifth-year seniors, the regular seniors, if you will, 4 years in, if you're going to leave early for the draft as well. There's a lot of that, more so than usual. Because last year on Senior Day, with no fans in the stands, because of COVID, of course, other than friends and family of coaches and players, there were a few players that said, hey, I'm done, but yet they decided to come back once again after a 4-5 season. And they started this year off continuing that 9-game winning streak before it was snapped by the Iowa Hawkeyes last month, and since have lost 4 or 5. But when Penn State scores more than 30 points this year, they're undefeated. Rutgers is averaging about 23 a game, so just keep that in mind as we progress throughout the afternoon here. But about a yard up the middle for number 24, Kevon Lee, who has emerged as the go-to running back for the Penn State offense. Fake the give, and then they're going to run the screen to him far side. Nice block by number 70, Juice Shrugs, and Kevon Lee gets a big Penn State first down the far side. That's a good play to start off. Run a little misdirection on a screen back to the far side, and keep them off balance, keep them on their heels, run the ball, open play action, beat them deep, see if they have any trick plays up their sleeve. But special teams wise, on back-to-back drives at least today, don't go for it on a fake punt and a fake field goal and expect to get both when you know damn well you're not going to. I mean, they tried it, but they didn't get it last week, and it cost them. They lost by 4 at home against Michigan last Saturday. And you go back to that game, the field goal, of course, that they decided to run the fake on. There's 3 points there. There's also a missed field goal. That's 6 points. They lost by 4. Do the math, folks. So, empty set, 5 wide. 2nd and 10. And Clifford going to roll out, and it's going to be incomplete. A few drops. Couple to Keandre Lambert-Smith, that to number 3, Parker Washington. And now 3rd and 10. As the crowd, for the most part, just the student section as always, for an early 12 noon kick on a Happy Valley Saturday, still filing in. But at the same time, they are playing Rutgers, but Rutgers is better than you think they are. Don't let them off the hook this afternoon, because if so, and both teams at 6-5 following the game, that ball deflected, incomplete 4th down, and Jordan Stout's going to come on to punt. I doubt they'll kick it from this far out. He's got a leg on him, but I don't know about this. If it was 4th and less than 5, I could probably guarantee you they'd be out on offense going for it right now. Just knowing James Franklin, always when he has a chance this season, it seems like they have decided to go for it in opposing territory on 4th and short early in the game, and have, for the most part, always failed to convert. They punt from the 41. It is down at the 2. So 1st and 10 Rutgers from there. Defense, let's get a big stop. We'll take a break in the meantime, but no, get a big stop. Maybe if you can force another 3 and out, get some good starting field position, get a good drive going, then on offense, score some points. Maybe even get a defensive score here. Safety would be nice. Haven't had one of those at a Penn State home game in quite a while. But no, should be an interesting matchup, to say the least, no doubt. Greg Schiano, no doubt, is the right man for the job. I've said since they rehired him, because he was the head coach for about 10 years in the early to mid-2000s before taking the Buccaneer job and then getting fired after 2 years because some college coaches can't cut it in the National Football League, but some can. Just depends on the situation. But regardless, he then took a few years off. He was an assistant in Ohio State under Urban Meyer a couple years back, of course, before retaking the Rutgers job. And for the COVID-shortened season last year in 2020, they had a decent year, and now they're sitting at 5-5, and are looking for their 6th road Big Ten win since the start of last year. Here this afternoon at Penn State, which would tie them with Ohio State, and that's some pretty damn good company, if you ask myself. That's something they honestly, should be proud of. No, but he's once again turning his program around. 5-5 for Rutgers. I mean, hell, I remember saying earlier this season, and Penn State's already lost to one of the two teams, the other, of course, being the opponent today in Rutgers, that Rutgers and Illinois would be not necessarily a little bit of a dark horse in the Big Ten, but I know I never said that. Yeah, no doubt that they're going to get to the Big Ten title game and play each other by any means. Maybe at some point down the line, we're talking years from now. But, they'll have good seasons, and 6-7 wins for those programs the way they've played the past few years, with 2 head coaches that I respect, in Greg Schiano and Brett Bielema. Illinois at Iowa this afternoon. Bielema's alma mater. Out, though, because of COVID, will not coach. As always, coming at halftime, we want first half stats and scores. Take a look around the rest of college football as well. So back from break, 1st and 10 from the 2, about a yard or so on the gain. 2nd and 9 now from the 3. But Rutgers, Penn State, Michigan State, Ohio State underway, tied at 0. Iowa State driving on Oklahoma, as the Sooners finally lost last Saturday. And Wake Forest, Clemson in the ACC. So a little Big 10, Big 12, and ACC football before we'll get into the rest of the slate a little bit later on. But 2nd and 9 and a few yard gain up the middle, 3rd and short here. No, but honestly, like I said then, I'll say it again now, 6-7 wins are the way these programs have played this year. If they get to it, that'll be a damn good season for them. And Rutgers is right on the cusp of that here this afternoon. Now, if they lose, fall to 5-6, Penn State already beat Maryland a couple weeks back. I feel the way Rutgers played last week at Indiana and blew out the Hoosiers. Maryland, they had a little trouble with IU. So by the end of the year, regardless of how Rutgers plays today, but more so than not, if they play even 10 times better than I'm expecting. I am expecting them to put up a fight, no doubt. Like I said a little bit ago. Keep it close. Penn State pull away in the second half, one of those type of games. That Rutgers should get to 6 wins next week and become bowl eligible. And then, of course, after the regular season closes out in the conference championship week, 2 weeks from now, we'll see who's bowl eligible, who's not, who's going to a bowl game, who's not, and so on and so forth. But meantime, Penn State's already bowl eligible, so I don't have to worry about that. It's just, who they're playing. And Penn State brings pressure on the punt, almost blocked from the end zone. 4th and 7, and from the 50, from midfield, Dodson calls for a fair catch. It'll be 1st and 10, Penn State from there, with some damn good starting field position. So they do get a 3 and out, force a punt. And now you got to capitalize on offense off of that. But just really awaiting after today and next week's matchup at Michigan State for the blue and white. Who's Penn State going to be playing in bowl season, what bowl game it will be, and basically when the game's going to be being played. Right now, projections at least, but we can all predict, but until it comes to fruition, we don't know what the hell is going to happen. Rumors are rumors. I'll believe it when I see it. Kevon Lee up the middle, a few yards on the run. 2nd and 6 officially. Penn State's going to be playing late December, early January on New Year's Day for the most part, once again. But we'll see how the season plays out. Worst, it's going to be 6 and 6. Best, it's going to be 8 and 4 if they win out. Of course, hoping for a Penn State win here this afternoon. I honestly think right now they could go to East Lansing next week and win, but at the same time, that's a week from now. And depending on how much turkey I eat next week and how tired I am afterwards, who knows if I'll wake up next Saturday. And that game is going to either be 3:30 or 4 o'clock. So we've had a few noon kicks as of late after a kickoff schedule of as Clifford on 3rd and 6 incomplete, 4th down. Jesus Christ, can't even move the football more than 5 yards. And they're going to have to punt again. And the boos start to come in now from the crowd. And just imagine if Penn State loses to Rutgers today for the first time since 1988. And Franklin's seat is already hot as it is. They won't fire him. He's going to have to leave on his own, but it's going to get to a point in time that if he doesn't leave on his own, Penn State's going to have to fire him if they want to move on and bring in somebody else, say like Matt Roll, Luke Fickell, Matt Campbell, maybe even bring back Bill O'Brien, who's at Alabama right now as the offensive coordinator, following his NFL stint with the Houston Texans, and also former Penn State offensive coordinator in Joe Moorhead. Those are my 5 candidates. As mentioned the past few weeks, Penn State should go out and take a look at in that very order. If Franklin were to move on, or if you do in fact fire his ass and run him out of town, following a very disappointing last month or so. I mean, the season started off with a bang, 5-0, 9 in a row, dating back to last year. But now you've lost 4 or 5, and you can't get out of the hole. It's like something's got to give at some point in time. What? I don't know. But as always, something will. So, we'll see what the future holds. But it's one thing at a time still, It's one thing at a time. It's one play, one drive, one game at a time. Hell, they can't even move the football more than 5 yards, though. That's a few 3 and outs by both these teams early, and now this game has turned into a punt contest. So we'll see what the hell happens, but Penn State is going to just, here we go again on defense, be out there, hands on hips, whole entire game, can't get off the fucking field, and then you flip back on offense, and they can't do a damn thing either. But, I mean, Jesus Christ. What more could we ask for at this point in time? We're in the next to last regular season game of the season. Been hounding all year long for a running game, and they don't have one. It's getting there, but it's not there. It's not, and it's pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. Just how the hell can you not run the football? It just blows my mind. But regardless, I get running the football is just one factor. You also have to be able to throw. And Clifford's played well. I mean, he's been banged up, and now he's sick, but he's playing. Just wait till everybody in the stands finds out that he is sick, and, he's playing the way he is. They're going to be calling for somebody else playing quarterback. And then they'll be shocked when it's not Taquan Roberson, because they haven't seen, none of us have, unless you've been to practice, the true freshman number 9, Christian Veyu, who I all season long have put as the number 2 starting quarterback behind Clifford, but then it was Taquan Iverson. You can go back to the Iowa game and hear my thoughts about that as they show us some still images of Greg Schiano, a former Penn State assistant back in the 90s under Paterno, and talked about Schiano a little bit ago. After he was at Penn State, the Bucknell alum, became the Rutgers coach in his first stint in the National Football League, back to college, back to Rutgers, and they hand off. And Derek Tangelo, 54, another one of those transfer seniors on the stop, as Penn State's going to be losing a lot on this defense after this year. But recruiting comes into play, of course. Whoever the hell they have on the roster is who you play with. And with injuries, illnesses, it's next man up. You play with who you have, and you move on. But at the same time, the backups aren't playing because they're backups and they're not playing, plain and simple. They're not as good as the starters, or whatever the reasoning is. Maybe it's because of the formation, maybe it's because of this or that, who the hell knows. 3rd and 3, and number 0, Rutgers starting quarterback, and Noah Vedral rolls out, and it's going to be caught, and he's going to be about a yard short of the first down marker. 4th and 1 here, 6:12 to play in the opening quarter. 0-0 with Rutgers and Penn State. Ohio State up 7 on Michigan State, under 10 to play. Iowa State just scored at Oklahoma. Clemson up 3-0 against Wake Forest. College football Saturday, as Rutgers is on to punt once again. It is Military Appreciation Day, the senior day for Penn State as well, so thank you to as Rutgers. Oh shit, I thought they were going to run a fake punt. And down to the 40-yard line, 1st and 10, Penn State from there, when we return with 5:34 to play in the opening quarter. 4th and 1. Penn State brought some pressure, but Rutgers, the punter, got the snap, and he started to run up the middle. And then he decided to kick. It wasn't no Aussie punt. You're running off to the side and then you boot it. It looked like he was going to tuck it and run, and they were going to run a fake punt, but Penn State did bring some pressure, so he decided to kick it, and 1st and 10 Lions, ball down at the 40-yard line when we return, as mentioned. But that was a close one. That was close. No, but as mentioned, it is Penn State Senior Day, Military Appreciation Day as well. So, like I said a few times over the past week and a half or so, as always, this time of year, but really should be all year round. I just want to say thank you to all current or former military. Thank you for your service, regardless of the branch. Thank you for your service, whether, of course, it was in the Army, Navy, the Air Force, the Marines, or the Coast Guard. Thank you once again for your service. But Penn State Senior Day, honoring 30-plus seniors this afternoon. They have 5 super seniors, if you will, players who have been, along with everybody else, awarded an extra year of eligibility because of COVID. But they were technically seniors last year as well. Those being Jaquan Brisker, Trick Castro Fields, and Derek Tangelo on defense from the back to the front, as they've played extremely well this season. Arnold Ebikadi, another senior who transferred in from Temple, as Tangelo transferred from Duke, so they're going to be losing 2 defensive lineman up front. John Lovett, who transferred in from Baylor, also one of those super seniors who really, with Noah Kane, Kevon Lee, and John Lovett, in that order, Kane's in the ball game, 1st and 10 from the 40. And Clifford gonna tuck it and run, 4-yard pickup for him with the middle. 2nd and 6 again. We'll see if they can move the ball more than 5 yards or not this drive. Probably not. There's a flag on the play. It's probably coming back for a hold. And we got an update for Michigan State, Ohio State with C.J. Stroud, Chris Olave passing touchdown. As I just witnessed that a little bit ago, as mentioned, under 10 to play, 7-0 Buckeyes over the Spartans. And now they pick up the penalty flag. No flag on the play. 2nd and 6 for Penn State after that 4-yard run by Sean Clifford, the Big Red Dog, who currently has a movie out. But 5.5 to play here in the opening quarter. 2nd down for Penn State. I mean, okay, they wanted a face mask on Rutgers. That would have been a 15 yards automatic 1st down, but they pick it up. And Kane on the give, about a yard, 3rd and 5 now. Okay, we'll see if they can move the ball more than 5.5 yards, 6 yards. How about get a 1st down? They say no gain, 3rd and 6 still. Jesus Christ.
This defensive front right now is in control of this run game. So it's time to get the ball to the outside. Keep your eye on number 5 or number 3.
And they're going to run empty. Got 3 top, 2 bottom of your screen respectively with tight end in the slot. Clifford on the snap. He's going to go down on the sack. Jesus Christ, dumbass. Threw the fucking football away. Rutgers with some good pressure, as Matt Millen just stated. And up front, they've had trouble all season blocking. No wonder they can't run the football. And he almost broke the sack. Evaded that, but stumbled and then fell to the ground on a loss of, well, they say no gain, still 4th down and 6, but it's 4th down, and guess what? Penn State's on the punt again. So, an early punt contest on the Big Ten Network. Also on the Big Ten Network right now from Wrigley Field, Purdue and Northwestern. Texas is at West Virginia right now as well. Really, those 6 games, I have 4 of the 6 on here with Rutgers, Penn State, Michigan State, Ohio State, as the Buckeyes just scored again, up now 14-0 over Sparty. Iowa State, Oklahoma, and Wake Forest, Clemson. Those are the 4 I have on. But as always, coming to halftime, first FCS and scores. Take a look around the rest of college football, see what the hell's already happened this week. Preview next week as well. As past few weeks or so here in November, of course, some action throughout the week. Always Thursday and Friday night football. Saturday as well, of course, it's college football. It's not the NFL, not played on Sundays. That's tomorrow. I'll have live watch along reactions, live on YouTube, NFL, Cowboys, Chiefs, along with Steelers, Chargers. The Big Ben Roethlisberger will in fact start, coming off of the COVID-19 reserve list. So that's a good sign for the black and gold. But WWE Survivor Series is also tomorrow night. But I'll have live watch along reactions on a delay Monday night during Monday Night Football and Monday Night Raw. So be sure to hit that subscribe button so you can stay up to date. 4-yard run, 2nd and 6 from the 13 for the Scarlet Knights from Piscataway out of the pistol. Tight end in motion, far side. And a fake on the give. Rutgers going to go deep. And they're going to get Penn State on a defensive penalty, whether it be a hold or DPI, I don't know. But ball falls incomplete, but flag came in from the secondary, so this is going to be against Penn State. If I'd have to guess, be an automatic 1st down for Rutgers. Pass interference on Joey Porter Jr., the son of the Steeler legend himself, Joey Porter. So penalties, playing key. Had a few on the opening drive. Just had one that they picked up, and now pass interference. So, of course, never want the officials to rule, especially late. Penalties to factor in, but if you don't commit them, they're not going to be calling them. But if they do and they don't pick them up, you got to live with it because it is what it is, and you play on. So 1st and 10 from the 28, and they're going to run an end around. Nice block and 11-yard run down the far side into the Penn State bench. And then they're going to get a late hit as well on that. And another 15 yards tacked onto it at the end of the run. Jesus Christ. Play their fucking head. Play smart.
Yeah, he's one of the guys who can make some plays happen. That's why they're trying to get the ball in his hands no matter where he's at, whether he's outside throwing it to him or handing it to him if you have to get to the edge.
Melton took a late shot from Jair Brown.
But the bigger hit I think was on the sideline.
The exotic officials huddle up. That was 1st and 10. Will be 1st and 10 after 11-yard run. Then we have a penalty for a late hit. Actually, 2 fouls on the play. Okay, so they're going to offset. So regardless of what they are, they're going to offset. They're going to replay it down. Okay, after the play was over, that'll be tacked on because it was after the play. 15 yards to the end of the run. And it's still going to be 1st down for Rutgers. All right. Good block, and then they get 16 Jair Brown on a late hit out of bounds. That's just football. But he was out of bounds when he hit him, though, so, yeah, you can't do that. You live with it, you move on. Play football, get back to work. When you sign up to play football, you're never going to get hit. So, quit your damn bitching. But that was a penalty, no doubt about it. That was a penalty. That was a late hit. Play their damn head. Go play smart. And, well, guess what? They're not. They just jumped off sides. And a penalty flag. And, well, they got about 4, maybe 5 on the pass. They'll take the 5 yards and have it be another 1st and 5 rather than 2nd and 5 because of the penalty. Just shooting yourselves in the foot already, I see. And that was on Brandon Smith. I've had a few offsetting penalties. Had a pass interference, a late hit, now an offside. What else? Haven't had a targeting, don't want to jinx them by any means, but haven't had one of those since earlier on in the season. But I'll say I told you so when it happens. Out of the pistol again, 1st and 5 from the 43. And Vedral gonna hand off and about a yard or so, if that. 2nd down and 9.
He's one of those guys, not the biggest guy, not the fastest guy, but he's got great instincts. He's always around the football. The nut guy.
Rutgers and
is down right now.
Or 2nd and 4. That was 2nd and 5. That's right. That was 1st and 5. Now, yeah, 1 yard run because of the penalty. 2nd and 4, not 2nd and 9. So excuse me there. But no, Rutgers Penn State and a slugfest right now. Something's got to give. It's a defensive showdown into a punt contest, 0-0. But in these other games I'm currently watching, we have some action going on. Ohio State's up 14 on Michigan State. So, Penn Staters, if you have more than one TV and you want to watch both games at once and get a early head start, scout Spartans, if you haven't seen them yet this year, or even if you have and you want to watch that game as well, that's on ABC, because that's who Penn State plays at next week. They play at Michigan State. Ohio State will be at Michigan for the game next Saturday at noon as well. But Buckeyes up 14 on Michigan State midway through the opening quarter. Iowa State and Oklahoma tied at 7. And Clemson's now up 10 on Wake Forest. And we got an injured Rutgers Scarlet Knight. So the young Squire walks off the field. And now we'll get back to the action. A very slow first quarter. I mean, we're on pace right now for about a 45, 50-minute opening quarter, which normally a quarter plays about a half hour, 35 minutes or so.
Was playing high school football back in September.
2nd and 4.
And a quarterback right now for Rutgers' third game.
And a slant over the middle. It's dropped, incomplete. 3rd down.
It's incomplete.
That was a heck of a throw. I mean, that ball came off like a rocket. King was right on top of that cover.
So Wimsatt, one play comes out and Ventral back in. Wimsatt made his debut in October in Champaign.
Clock stops with the incompletion. 2 of 4 to play in this first. 3rd and 4, as Mark Calloway, the Undertaker himself, has shown up to Beaver Stadium to make these Scarlet Knights rest in, well, not peace. They get the first down. 3rd and 4, they get 5. 1st and 10, Rutgers. Now they're starting to move the football, and what defense is going to bend but doesn't break, and if this Penn State defense is going to allow short yardage plays like that, just wait till they beat them deep late in the game for, once again, probably one of those game-changing plays that will end up winning it on the road, just as they have given up in 4 of the 5 losses. But also in the win, because 4 of 5, it really could be 6 in a row right now in the loss column. With the Maryland game, remember late, of course, Jahan Dawson went off a couple weeks back, set the all-time Penn State receiving record with 3 touchdowns and 242 yards receiving. But then there was a defensive score, about a 90-yard interception return for a touchdown that sealed it. So until we get to that point, currently they have to make stops on defense. 2nd and 14, and the true freshman number 4, Kalen King, almost makes an interception. Falls incomplete on the drop. 3rd down and pie. 3rd and 14. And hit him right in the hands, and he dropped it. Yeah, that should have been a pick. I don't know if he would have returned it by any means. He would have fell because he fell once he dropped it. But they run a screen. That's a hold by number 4 on Ellis Brooks. And then Penn State, in the meantime, under minutes to play here in this opening quarter. They make the stop in the backfield anyway. So 4th and long, 4th and 15 officially. About a 7-second differential between the game clock and play clock. You know, if I'm Rutgers, I'm working the clock. I'm not punting until I absolutely have to. Hell, maybe you can take it to play a game. But you're already backed up at the 45. Yeah, punt it away. Penn State's going to begin the second quarter. March now to the south to the north end zone. 1st and 10, because they're not going to have any time to do anything here at the end of 1 unless they return this punt for a touchdown, which we haven't had one of those in quite a while, dating back to the Michigan State home game mid-December last year before the Big Ten Champions Week, the Saturday before Christmas. In the Central Pennsylvania Blizzard we had at that point in time, and full circle almost a year later, here we are the Saturday before Thanksgiving in another Penn State Rutgers showdown. Clifford with an injury. And number 9, Christian Veilleux, the true freshman from the Great White North, in at quarterback for the Penn State Lions with 8 seconds to play in this opening quarter. So they're going to work the same formation, out of the gun, and this is when you want to be able to run the football. Few-yard run up the middle by Kevon Lee. So it'll be 2nd and medium once we return and begin the second quarter of play. So Clifford out with an injury now rather than an illness at the start of the game. But it will be Christian Veilleux when we return in at quarterback for Penn State. We'll see how he is at quarterback, how good his arm is. My first time, probably along with yourself, unless you've seen him play in high school before, play college football, play football in general, unless along with you've seen Penn State practice in person rather than on video. So we'll see what the Canadian Crippler can do. Number 9, Christian Veilleux, and a quarterback for Penn State. And Sean Clifford's also a senior. He's going to have a decision to make. He can return if he wants to next year. He can. But will he? I don't know. It's all just going to depend on what happens from now to the end of the year. And, about a week and a half, 2 weeks or so from now. Because next Sunday, that's when the talk's going to heat up after the Michigan State game next Saturday. On whether or not James Franklin, that whole week after Thanksgiving, whether or not he's going to be leaving or not. USC's open, LSU's open. Virginia Tech actually just opened up this past week after parting ways with Justin Fuente. Washington State, TCU also open as well, along with a few other smaller schools in Akron, UMass, and Florida International. Yeah, Clifford can come back, but will he? I don't know. I mean, he's been the starting quarterback for a few years now, in replace of Chase McSorley, who's on the Ravens practice squad right now. They got a big one tomorrow in Chi-Town against the Bears. Also in Chicago right now, as mentioned on the Big Ten Network, we have from Wrigley Field, Purdue and Northwestern in a pivotal Big Ten West matchup. Pivotal Big Ten East matchup right now from right here in Happy Valley Beaver Stadium with Rutgers and Penn State at the end of one, tied at 0. So once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Be sure to check out Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and subscribe right here on YouTube. Hit that little notification bell next to it as well. So, like, follow, and subscribe, thumbs up button, share, chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers, always greatly appreciated. And as we begin the second quarter of play, Christian Veilleux, empty set, 2nd and 8 from the 14-yard line. And he's looking to throw. He's going to step up and he's going to run. And he's going to slide to the 29, 1st and 10. I personally, myself, like I just said, have no idea how he's going to play. Never seen him play before. But just knowing how Taquan Roberson's played in the past, that's why I look at my depth chart. I've had him number 2 all season long. He's now finally playing. And he's a true freshman, and you can play in up to 4 games and still redshirt. So he can still redshirt even with playing today. So that's a good thing for the future. Pass complete to Parker Washington, another first down for the blue and white. Now they're going to get something rolling here, hopefully. Get the run game involved as well. Nice block by Keandre Lambert-Smith. And a 1st and 10 from the 43. But a 4-star recruit from Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Played high school football, though, here in the States. South of the Mason-Dixon line in Maryland. Down the middle, and it's going to be dropped incomplete. 10 for number 5, Jahan Dotson. So, we'll see what he has. They have to find a running game, though, with him. If they can't find a running game here this afternoon with a backup quarterback, they're going to be in for it, believe me. Because it's going to balance everything out. And if they don't, he's going to have to do everything by himself, as Clifford, for the most part, has already done everything by himself all season long. And no wonder they sit at 6-4, and their 4 losses are by less than 10 points. 2nd and 10 following incompletion. Voids a sack, gets rid of it, completes Noah Kane, but he's going to lose 4 yards. So 3rd and long, 3rd and 14 again. Jesus Christ. No, but yeah, Clifford's a senior. If he comes back, he comes back. he'll be the starting quarterback in the next year. If not, well, depending on how VU plays, Taquan Roberson's not going to be playing, no doubt about it. If I'm him, I'm going to transfer if I can. Penn State lost a few transfers after last year at quarterback, but Penn State's going to have the top quarterback in the 22 recruiting class coming in next year as well from OHIO in Drew Allar, but early signing day is about a month from now, but a lot can potentially still happen from now until then, and you know how recruits are, flip-flopping their way from team to team, decommitting and then recommitting or committing elsewhere. We'll see what the future holds. I'm not worried about recruiting right now. I'm not worried about, who's going to be on next year's squad, who's coaching, who's playing, etc. They need to get moving today. And they have trouble with the snap. Luckily, VU recovers 4th and 14, and Jordan Stout on the punt right now. So both punters are the MVPs currently of this game. Got a late flag coming from behind. This will probably be a hold or a block in the back on Rutgers. Decent return, 1st and 10 in the end. And we'll see if it's half the distance or from the end of the run. But it will be a penalty on Rutgers. Got a legal block in the back, all right. 10 yards from the spot of the foul, 1st and 10, Rutgers. Yeah, that's a good call. And then they very well could have had another offsetting. I mean, I haven't seen lately, and I watch a ton of football, believe me. Hell, I'm watching 4 games right now. Normally it's 4 apiece at every window on a college football Saturday. From 12 noon to 2 a.m. Last night, there was a game that didn't get over until about 3. Stay up and watch that. And then woke up this morning, cue the Sopranos theme, if you will. And, yeah, hoping for a Penn State win against James Gandolfini's alma mater and Rutgers as well. No. Yeah, they very well could have had a late hit on Penn State there. 3 offsetting fouls in about a quarter of play, a little bit more, early second quarter now. That'd be a first in quite a while, to be honest with you. I mean, you don't really have 3 offsetting penalties in 3 games, let alone a quarter of play. But commercial break. We're still tied at 0 with Rutgers and Penn State. So eventually something's got to give. It's a defensive showdown. It's a punt contest right now. What will? I don't know. We'll see how this game plays out. But 0-0 with Rutgers and Penn State. Ohio State just scored again. They're currently covering. They are a 19-point home favorite. They are now up 21-0 over Penn State's next opponent in Michigan State. As it seems like Mel Tucker's not going to be going anywhere. Rumors are he's going to be signing a 10-year, $95 million extension to stay in East Lansing.
Wherever the human race moves forward, you can be sure there's someone.
As his name, of course, has come up for a few openings for the most part. Just LSU, because he's been an assistant in the Big Ten and the SEC. Former Buckeye assistant, former Colorado coach for a year or so, now at Michigan State. I've said it. Michigan State had a down year last year. Hell, they almost beat Penn State, though, before Christmas, if everybody can recall. And now they're 8-1. 9-1, excuse me. Only lost at Purdue. Going to lose at Ohio State, it seems like, today as well. Down 21, not even at the end of the first quarter yet. But still a lot of football to be played. We'll see what it gives. He might be the right guy for the job. I still don't think he is, though, but I'm not a Michigan State fan, so I don't know how Spartan Nation feels. But, I mean, I guess I just got so used to Mark D'Antonio and how good Michigan State was the past 15 years or so, and they have a down year, and now they're sort of back, but just like Penn State, really, with James Franklin at the helm, Michigan State down on the road in a big game. Can't really find a way to win that big game or get over the hump, even with a good starting point. It's not how you start, it's how you finish. And first down completion down the middle by Rutgers in the meantime to the tight end. Jaquan Brisker, number 1, on the stop. But in the end, regardless of how bad Ohio State beats up on Michigan State, it'll be a good one next week with Penn State and Michigan State. Whether that is a 3:30 or a 4 o'clock kick on ESPN, ABC, or Fox, we'll find out sometime tomorrow, Monday at the latest. But hopefully you'll tune in for those live watch along actions next Saturday after Thanksgiving and Black Friday. Hopefully everyone has a thankful holiday next Thursday as well. But one thing at a time. We'll get there when we get there. 2nd and 1 for Rutgers from the 43. Running back in motion out of the backfield, a little high on the pass far side. Incomplete. Good coverage by number 5, Trick Castro Fields. 3rd and 1. 10:22 to play in this first half. Coming up halftime. As always, first half stats and scores. Right now there's really not much to be said, as neither team has a passing game, neither team has a running game. I go over how many tackles each defense has, but it's defense showdown now. It's a punt contest. Nothing really going on if you're just now tuning in for some live watch long reactions. Audio only, of course, as the title says, hence the black screen with Rutgers and Penn State right here in the Big Ten. 3rd and 1, they're up the middle, and guess what? They get the first down.
Touchdown run.
A little more speed out of the backfield to make you miss a little bit more. Nice hands.
Musak stays in. On 1st and 10. Pressure from Brisker. Got away.
Pass near side. It's going to be picked off. No, dropped by number 8, Marquise Wilson, who at the start of the year, there was some high praise for him to play both sides of the ball. He's a former and, well, still, because he hasn't played on offense at wide receiver. He was going to be one that was playing in secondary and at wideout, but he had a catch or two earlier this year. I can't remember what game. It might have been Ball State. It might have been Villanova back in the non-conference action back in September. 2nd and 10, bubble screen near side. Nice tackle by Keaton Ellis, State College High alum with Joey Porter Jr. from the Steel City. Be 3rd down, about 8. But, yeah, Marquise Wilson almost with the interception there. And no wonder he's not playing on offensive wide receiver. He's still playing defense because he can't catch. No offense to anybody playing defense. Defense wins you championships, no doubt about it. I still believe in that. I don't think anybody really does anymore. But 3rd and 8, down the middle, wide receiver's not looking for it. Ton of Penn State defenders around the ball. Somehow, some way, it fell incomplete. They should have picked that off again, but oh well. 4th and 8, and Rutgers on to punt. There's a trend, if you haven't noticed, whether it's Rutgers or Penn State. And then there's a 3 and out. The teams are on to punt. Punt, punt, punt for the brand. Here we go again. Special teams. Let's get a spark in the return game. Haven't had one of those all damn year. You can hear James Franklin yelling, delay a game, delay a game. 5 yards, yeah, back them up. 4th and 13, make them punt. Once again. These refs need to get their head on straight. Delay game, 5 yards, replay, 4th down. I'm glad he saw it, because I don't think anybody else did. that wasn't intentional either. They just, of course, didn't get the ball off with the snap. They get the punt up and away this time around, though. From the 19, fair catch signal for the 1st and 10, Penn State. From there, when we return with 9 minutes on the dot to play in this first half, still tied at 0 with Rutgers and Penn State. So, really, here, 9 minutes to play, 4 halftime, 0 apiece. Neither of these teams, with all the coaches and players involved right now, have the makings of a varsity athlete and really shouldn't be playing other than the punter. Just have a punt contest. See who can kick the furthest, and whoever does awards some points. Shouldn't be playing right now. But I'll digress. Yeah, just this is getting a little hard to watch right now. I don't know how much worse it could get. I mean, for one of these two teams, of course, yeah, could be a whole hell of a lot worse, no doubt about it. But man, just this is bad. This is just. By the end of the game, I think all our eyes are going to be bloodshot, along with literally bleeding down our face. And then if we have eyes left for next week, we'll watch that game too. But yeah, just this is tough. This is getting to a point like, what the hell is going on? Like, something's got to give. What will and when, I have no idea once again. I mean, Penn State on offense, Christian Veilleux still in at quarterback unless Clifford returns, which I doubt he will. I feel like, you know, okay, in quotes, he went down with an injury. Whether he's hurt or not, I don't know. You don't want to boo him by any means, either, Iowa fans. But, you know, it's senior day. You know, maybe he's already made up his mind he's not coming back. They give him the start for everything he's done. He plays well, even with the illness. But then injury, in quotes, once again. And then you bring in Christian Veilleux. You got to get the running game going, though. You got to find some rhythm, some momentum, and keep it balanced for him. Keep it simple. Help him out a little bit and run the fucking football. How hard is it? So, until then, I don't know what else to say, because there's not really much else to be said. Neither team has a running game. I mean, yeah, no doubt Rutgers is passing the football a little bit better right now. But you got to give credit to both these defenses. They're holding down the fort for the meantime, but how long until you bend but don't break? Or even if you do break, who capitalizes off of that then? So 1st and 10, quarterback keeper. Veilleux going to get a few yards or so up the middle. Be 2nd down and about 5 after a 5-yard run. We got an update once again from Ohio State and Michigan State. It is now 28-0.
It's now 28-0 barely in the second quarter.
Ryan Day, pedal to the metal. The game next week with Ohio State, Michigan. Winner basically of the Big Ten championship game. Veilleux going to go deep down the middle and overthrows number 6 Cam Sullivan Brown, incomplete. 3rd down and 5. Good throw. Just a little too much. But now that you got that out of your system, you can take your deep shots, no doubt about it. But work the sticks. Keep it simple. Help a friend out. Run the fucking football. How hard is it? In stride, he would have had him. Whether Sullivan Brown would have broke the tackle or not, I don't know. You know, he might be walking in the end zone right now for 6 and we might be celebrating with some fight on state. But incomplete, 3rd and 5, and Rutgers timeout. First by either team here. So we'll take a timeout with about 8:14 to play here in this first half. Timeout Rutgers. Still tied at 0 with the Scarlet Knights and the blue and white. Yeah. Can't move it more than 5 yards. Can't take, here we go again with not even a minute off the clock as well. Back to the time possession. Penn State, when they've had less than 30 minutes of time possession this season here in 2021, they're 0-4. They've lost all 4 games. They're 6-4. So do the math. When they have more than 30 minutes of time possession, they're undefeated at 6-0. Rutgers, when they don't turn the ball over, they're also undefeated at 5-0. So, like I said earlier, turnovers and big plays, and then you add the time possession into it. Especially late in the game at home with a lead. You have to be able to run the football and work the clock. They've had poor clock management this season. You go back to the Iowa game, there was about 8 minutes or so to play. They gave the ball back after not being able to take any time off the damn clock. Iowa scored, and that was it. They could have wound that clock to a few minutes to play and held on, for the most part, probably with a win. Go into the bye week, come out of it. Okay, they haven't won at home since early October against Indiana, losing, of course, to Illinois and Michigan last week. And the Illinois game was 9 overtimes. Still the longest college football game ever. That'll hold for quite a while. I mean, hell, we had a triple overtime game last night. Triple and quad are, for the most part, I mean, there's been a few that have gone to 6 and 7. But the new overtime rule, you know, once you get into triple, you got to just trade 2-point attempts back and forth. It's basically a shootout. That'll hold. I mean, that's not a good thing, though, to be a part of, win or lose, especially if you lost, which they did. But it's the time possession. It's, you know, giving up the big play late. You know, the losses, 3, 2, 9, and 4. When they're 6-4 and very well could be undefeated at 10-0, but it could be a whole hell of a lot worse right now as well. Maybe sitting at 5-5, if not worse at 4-6. And on 3rd and 5, they run a quarterback draw up the middle, and Christian Veilleux gets 4 yards. It'll be 4th and 1. And are they going to go for it? Good decision to punt. You don't want to go for it here on 4th and short. Still early in the game. Backed up to your own end zone. Not get it, and then give Rutgers a football good starting field position. At least they're learning from their mistakes this year, because they've done this on how many times already. They go for it on 4th and short, don't get it, and then whoever they're playing, they capitalize, and then they're in a hole. So stout punts, you flip the field, you make them drive on you, and as good as you are playing right now on defense, both teams for that matter, you continue to make stops. Offense scores you points, but defense wins you championships. As the Big Ten right now, they take a look at the bowl picture. 8 teams bowl eligible, with 3 in the hunt. Illinois has to win out. They have to beat Iowa today, and they have to win next week as well. Rutgers can split. Maryland can split, but then they play each other next week. So we'll see what gives then. Got a whistle with a penalty flag. 1st and 10 for Rutgers. Looks like they're going to back themselves up before even snapping the football. For a false start, 5 yards. Replay the down. Yep. No, but we'll take more of a look into the Big Ten and what's going on right now and bowl season at a later date. Keep an eye out for my college football bowl game predictions as well Those will be released after all, of course, the bowl games are revealed in a few weeks' time. Strip sack, ball goes out of bounds. It's going to be about a 5-yard loss. Be 2nd and 20. 7:22 to play in this first half. Keziah Izzard on, and that play was dead from the start. They faked the give. Noah Vedral did, the starting quarterback for Rutgers, number 0, to somebody who wasn't even there. And then Izzard gets after him, slithering his way to the sideline. And 2nd and 21 officially, back inside the 10. Handoff up the middle to the 16. Be 3rd and about 13 for Rutgers. No, but as long as Penn State wrap up this bowl discussion right now for the time being, they finished at 6-6. All right, that's very disappointing. You know, you only win one of your last remaining games after a 5-0 start. I mean, you get to 8-4, that's a good year. 6 wins is a good year for anybody because you're going to a bowl game. But anymore, it's college football playoff or bust. And a quarterback draw up the middle. Rutgers 4th and short. Yeah, you have to punt. Looks like Shono has some brown shit on his ear with the SHI headset as Rutgers plays at SHIT Stadium in Piscataway. They're going to call a timeout, let the play clock wind down, call a timeout, 4th and 1, and they'll have a decision to make on it, whether or not they're going to go for it or punt. He is. He's good. He's the right man for Rutgers, and only Rutgers. I know his name's come up for a few other jobs, and he hasn't taken them. I mean, technically he took the Tennessee job, but they said no, and said, we don't want you now, even though we are going to hire you. We're backing out, and you can go back to Rutgers and suck in the Big Ten, because if you're going to suck in the Big Ten, you're going to suck even worse in the SEC. No, he's a good coach. He is. I respect for him, like I said earlier. Penn State, though, once again, has not lost to Rutgers since 1988. Before then, it was 1918. 4th and 1. Watch for a fake punt. We got a whistle. The punt's up and away, but we got a whistle. We're going to have a timeout. What? They're going to replay the down. What? What was that? The ball had not been set? Or the play had not begun? So they're going to make them re-punt? Why you're on a fake punt now, Rutgers? Catch Penn State off guard. Say the zebras are in your pocket. They punt. They boom it away. And, whew, that was close, Dawson. You'll let that one bounce, buddy. So, 1st and 10, Penn State. Yeah, with 3 timeouts, 5:40 play in this first half. Still tied at 0. Looking to get something going before halftime. Rutgers will receive the second half kick as they kicked off to begin the game. So, until then, we're tied at 0. And until Penn State gets a running game going, help out a true freshman quarterback in Christian Vayu in relief of Sean Clifford, the big red dog. Must be about ready to film Clifford 2. As currently has a movie out, as mentioned, I believe everywhere. I haven't seen it. I don't plan on watching it. I'm not 5 years old anymore. But, yeah, I'll digress on that topic. I don't even know where the hell I was going to go with that, but man, this is getting tough. This is like, what the hell is going on? Like, seriously. And I know I said that a few minutes ago, but we're still at that point. It's just slowly and surely getting a little worse as this game has gone on. Last time Penn State lost to Rutgers was 1988. It's normally, of course, now Rutgers in the Big Ten, and has been since they joined the conference in 2014, home or away. But back when these two were independents, it was home or away along with neutral sites from the Meadowlands. It hasn't been 70 years since last time Penn State lost to Rutgers, because they've only lost twice to the Scarlet Knights all time, 29-2 since 1918. They lost in 1918 and they lost in 1988. So do the math. That's 70 years last I checked. Yes, I went to school. And 1988 to 2021? Yeah, no. That's way less than 70 years. So until 70 years rolls around, third time won't be a charm for Rutgers in the meantime. But that's why they play the game. It's not decided on paper, it's decided on the field. You can talk about this, talk about that all you want with the stats and the key notes to hype the game. Rutgers has Penn State right now right where they want them at. They do. This is typical Penn State football, though, for you. You start slow as hell, and then you get going in the second half. I mean, I would have hoped, though, they'd have something right now. But neither team has anything to show for it. We're tied at 0. I mean, really the only thing that's happened, other than the penalties being called, is the punters punting the football. Neither team has got past midfield yet. And drives have stalled. 3 and out. End around to Dotson near side. About a 5-yard run. Second down and 5. So, work this clock. You got 5 minutes and change before halftime, 3 timeouts. You just sideline it. They're your friend if you need to. Work the clock. Get some points before halftime. Get the momentum on your side. Get a stop early second half. You'll be all right. Christian Veilleux going to hand off Noah Kane. And Kane on an 8-yard run gets a Penn State first down. Move the sticks. Let's go.
Freshman with 8 rushing scores 2 years ago. No, he's tough. When he's on, that kid he's got good enough speed to get to the edge, but he's powerful inside.
First and 10 officially from the 45-yard line. And another handoff up the middle. Noah Kane, run the football, please and thank you. 9 yards. Eventually, you'll break one after you chip away at it for a little while. Nasty? I don't think nasty would be the word to use for Penn State's running game, for God's sakes. Whatever the hell the word would be to describe the Penn State running game, it'd be, there's a late hit out of bounds. Okay, thank you for that. The 2nd and 1. They lose a few, and then Penn State lucks out, and they get an automatic first down with a late hit, and Shawano doesn't agree with it. But they're even in that category now, so they've canceled each other out. Automatic first down for Penn State. No, Penn State's running game is bad. It is. I feel the word to use for Penn State's running game would be atrocious. I do. Rutgers going to call timeout. They're 3rd and final with 3:47 to play in this first half. You have 3 timeouts. You might as well use them. Can't take them into the second half. They'll reset, but take another timeout here with a commercial break as well. But, yeah, it's very bad. It's pathetic. It's like, how can you not run the football? I mean, it's there, but it's not there. It's got to be consistent. You have to be balanced and consistent in everything you do. Ohio State scores again. Are you kidding me? 35-0 against Michigan State. And then you want to compare the two games with Penn State and Ohio State and Michigan State and Ohio State before Penn State travels to Michigan State next week. Even with what they're playing right now, I mean, both teams at 0. Game should be a good one next week, I'd say. 1st and 10 after the late hit and the timeout. And it'll be Penn State football from the 34-yard line, 1st and 10. Please run the football. Please run the football.
Looks like they're bringing a blitz off the edge and showing it to kick to one man. Christian Izzian dropping down. And here he comes. Under 34 yards.
Slant over the middle, complete to Parker Washington. 13 yards on the reception, another 1st down. Penn State, move the sticks. Keep it simple. Short and simple passes. Run the football, move the damn sticks. How hard is it to move the football more than 5 yards? Honestly. I don't care how good you are or how bad you are. How hard is it to move the football more than 5 yards? Vayu on a quarterback keeper. He's going to lose about 2 out of bounds. 2nd and 12. Now, but really, whatever the worst word to use to describe Penn State's running game would be in the dictionary, that would be the word. Like I said, I feel it's atrocious because it's atrocious. It is. It's like, how can't you run the fucking football? 2nd and 11 from the 23. Out of the gun. And Vayu pass near side, a little high, but Dotson comes down with it at the 9. Nice catch by the Blitnikoff Award finalist. The 1st and goal, Penn State from the 9. Nice out route near side, goes up and comes down with it. Nice catch by Dotson. There's more than Jahan Dotson on this offense, so keep that in mind. Run the football. Go to your tight ends now that you're in the red zone. Inside the 10, 1st and goal. See if Christian Vayu can throw his first career college passing touchdown. Run up the middle to Noah Kane, about a yard or so, to the 8, 2nd and goal. 2:16 to play in this first half. You still have 3 timeouts as well. And Rutgers burning their 3 timeouts. Penn State scores, gets the ball back. Not having those might come back to hurt them.
Down here in red zone, everything changed. All your angles change. The field's condensed, so you got to be really decisive. Dotson with a big push.
Parker Washington in motion. Fake the give to Kane. And Vayu going to keep it for himself. Now they're beating a dead horse with his quarterback draw. That needs to stop. Because you're already down to your backup quarterback. You don't want him getting hurt either. Because then it'll be Taquan Roberson. We have seen how he plays, and it's not good. And you go back to the Iowa game, I can already hear people saying, and I'll say it myself, well, if Vayu would have played, and I even said then, it should be him and not Roberson, but they went with Taquan then. And they still end up losing, but who knows if it would have made a difference? Probably not. We just never know. Of course, all hypothetical. In the meantime, they're going to let the play clock wind down, call their first time out here in this first half. 1:08 to play in this first half as well. 1:08 to play in the second quarter. Penn State knocking on the door for the first time this afternoon. 2nd and goal inside the 10.
I'll be eating salmon sushi with a Japanese jiggly cheesecake.
Knowing Penn State, they'll probably run a fade to Dotson. Whether that be near or far side, I don't know. They'll run it again. Whether that's a give up the middle or a quarterback draw, I don't know either. I'd work something over the middle. Potentially Keandre Lambert-Smith, who has a few drops right now. I mean, you can go to Dawson, Washington, Lambert, Smith. I don't care. Just score points. But also go to your tight ends. Just don't run this damn Wildcat line formation with Tyler Warren either. Actually, it's 3rd and goal from the 8. Excuse me. 3rd and goal, not 2nd goal. 3rd and goal. Dotson in motion. Out of the gun is Vayu. Noah Kane. Going to motion from the left to the right of number 9. And it's caught by Dotson. Touchdown, Penn State. And Christian Vayu throws his first career college football passing touchdown. Congratulations to True Frosh. Minute 3 to play before halftime. Penn State finally with some points to show for. Touchdown Lions up 6, pending the upcoming extra point.
Pushes hard to the inside and then gets to the top. With 13 underneath, he held the coverage and he was able to throw over the back.
An 8-yard touchdown pass, Vayu to Dotson. Now Stout.
And the kick's going to be up, and the kick's going to be good. 7-0 now, Penn State on top of Rutgers with a minute 3 to play before halftime. So get another defensive stop, 2 timeouts, maybe even get the football back. I don't know. I mean, if you do, it's going to be with very little time remaining. We'll go to halftime, I'd say 7-0 Penn State, unless Rutgers actually does something. I mean, for both of these teams, it's once again that meme until Penn State just scored there. You know, you're poking the stick. It's, come on, do something. Let's go. Penn State scores, though, up 7-0 against Rutgers here at home, right here in Happy Valley Beaver Stadium on the Big Ten Network. But just get a stop on defense. I mean, if you get the ball back, okay, so be it. You probably won't. But get a stop early in the 3rd quarter as well. Rutgers going to get the ball begin the 2nd half. And use this as momentum to get you to the end of the game now. And add on to the 7 points you currently have. You know, Penn State's an 18.5-point favorite. Whether they cover or not, I honestly don't care. As long as the money line hits. But, I mean, man, this is just... Until now, it's been bad. This afternoon has been. I mean, it's been bad the past month or so. I mean, when you lose 4 or 5, it's been very frustrating. It's been a not so happy Valley as of late. Frustration, disappointment, but Jahan Dawson with a 8-yard receiving touchdown to get the Lions on the board. So Penn State on top by 7-0 here, minute to play in the first half. First half stats and scores coming up here, matter of minutes, with also some updated scores from around the country. Ohio State still up 35. 3-5. That's 5 touchdowns. 35-0 at home against Michigan State. At least we have some action now with Rutgers and Penn State. They're going to run the football and run the clock. They're in no hurry. They're going to halftime down 7. They still have Penn State right where they want them at, though. All they have to do is make some plays on offense, maybe even get a defensive stop for themselves, get back in this game, and we'll have a whole new ball game in the second half. They could have, but they don't want to, so you live with it. It is what it is. Wasn't going to say anything, but at the same time, 2 timeouts compared to 3, there's going to still be some runoff. I mean, you could now if you want to, but yeah, no. Both teams are going to regroup at halftime here. Both teams are fine, I feel, where they're at. Just luckily, thank God Penn State just scored to go up 7, because I didn't want to go into halftime tied at 0 with Rutgers and Penn State. So we hit halftime. Penn State is up 7 on senior day against the Scarlet Knights. I mean, can't really ask much more from Christian Vayu. true freshman from the Great White North in Canada. And Elise Menaker are going to have an interview with James Franklin, so we'll see what the head man has to say.
We'll find out at halftime. As you knew before the game, we were concerned on whether he was going to be able to go. So I'll find out at halftime.
Concerned on whether Clifford was going to be able to go. He'll find out half if he's coming back. Play Veyu. He doesn't need to come back. Defense, busting their ass again. Got to play well in the second half. Yeah, no doubt. Busting their ass, playing their hearts out. That blue-collar, hard-working mentality on Penn State defense. Put your hard hat on, go to work. Halftime, 7-0. Penn State leads it against the Rutgers Scarlet Knights. And Penn State, when leading at halftime, the Nittany Lions are 5-2 this year. Penn State is 5-2 while leading at the half. They lead right now 7-0 at halftime against Rutgers. Sean Clifford got the start on senior day. He's 2 of 8 for 23 yards passing. But a non-COVID related illness and an injury has sidelined him. So enter number 9, the Canadian crippler himself, a true freshman from the Great White North, Christian Veyu, who is 5 of 7, 46 yards passing, and an 8-yard strike to Jahan Dotson for 6 to close out the first half. Veyu also has 6 carries for 21 yards rushing. Noah Kane leads Penn State in the run game, though, from a backfield, running backs perspective, though, 5 carries, 15 yards. And then Dotson, 2 catches, 22 yards receiving, and a score. Parker Washington, though, 2 catches, 27 yards. Kevon Lee, 1 for 17 out of the backfield. Theo Johnson has a catch for 6 yards. 1 catch on 1 target to a tight end. And it was the first play of the game. Go to your tight ends more, please. So, yeah. First half stats and scores here once again. Clifford, 2 of 8 for 23 yards. Not playing, though. Out. Veyu, 5 of 7, 46 yards and a score. He also leads the team in rushing. 6 carries, 21 yards. But Noah Kane leads in running backs. 5 for 15. Clifford has a couple carries for 4 yards. Dotson on and around, 1 for 4. Kevon Lee, 4 carries, 7 yards. And then receiving, as mentioned, Parker Washington leads, but Dotson has a touchdown, 2 for 27, 2 for 22 in a score. And then Kevon Lee, 1 for 17, Theo Johnson, 1 for 6. Rutgers on the flip side, having Penn State right where they want them at. I mean, you give up 1 play there, and it's a touchdown. This game right now really could be and should be tied at 0 at the half with Rutgers and Penn State, but luckily Penn State did score. So 7-0 Nittany Lions. Noah Vedral, 7 of 10 for 36 yards passing. He also has 5 carries for 5 yards on the ground. Aaron Young, 2 for 10. Johnny Langan, 3 for 9. Isaiah Pacheco, 4 for 4. And then receiving with those 36 yards passing. VK, 1 of 18. And Haskins, 1 for 6. No turnovers. Keep that in mind. No turnovers. Special teams really hasn't been a factor. I mean, it has, but it hasn't. I mean, it's a punt contest until Penn State scores there. But return game, there's nothing. Once again, I mean, Penn State needs to be playing a little bit better on third down, but when it's a punt contest, both teams need to be playing better on that down. 2 of 8 for Rutgers and 1 for 7 for Penn State. I mean, they lead in passing, they lead in rushing, but that's credit to, a good drive there, close the half with 6. Penalties, as the time possession's about split, 15 minutes apiece. We have a total of 8 penalties for 55 yards. Few have offset, but something's still got to give in this first half. Or now, as we end the first half, I should say, into the second half with the remaining 30 minutes of play. Some highlights during our halftime report. We'll update some stats and scores here in a minute. But as always, just want to say thank you for tuning in and listening. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia of Sports, Luke96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button. Share, hashtag college football, hashtag Rutgers, hashtag Penn State. Chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers, always greatly appreciated. Halftime score. Penn State leads it against Rutgers by 7. 7-0. Also right now, Ohio State leading Michigan State 35-0. In a battle of 2 coaches who could be leaving their respective schools, with a turnover on the play and an Oklahoma scoop and score, returning it for 6. All right. That's a big play right there, happening in the live time. Of course, Matt Campbell could leave Iowa State for... I mean, if he leaves Ames, it's going to be to USC, or if Penn State opens up, I feel, right here at Happy Valley. Luke Fickell to both as well. Miami could open up. Florida could open up. It's a domino, trickle-down effect, with the coaching carousel that's about to heat up. Could be, as mentioned last week, one of the hottest ever, with as many big-name programs in all college football potentially looking for new head coaches after this year. So we'll see what the hell happens as life goes on. But, if Franklin leaves Penn State, because, as I said before, Penn State, for the time being, is not going to fire him. He has about a $4 million buyout, which they'll bitch that they don't have the money to pay him. That'll be the excuse, but damn well they do. That's chump change for them. Right now, 6-4 for Penn State. Franklin finally this past week during a luncheon had stated basically, Wolf of Wall Street, I'm not fucking leaving. Which really, that's been the however you want to put it, first time he's actually said something like that. He's not dodging, but same time, he really hasn't said much. He has, but he hasn't. It's just how he said it. If he leaves, he leaves. If he stays, he stays. Okay? If he leaves, I've said it before, I feel USC is going to be a better fit for him than LSU. But he's won the SEC before with Vanderbilt, so if he can win the SEC with Vanderbilt, I feel he could win really anywhere. And he's won here at Penn State, no doubt about it. But a disappointing season right now, even at 6-4. So how you start, how you finish. And the past month or so has been tough, 4 or 5 in a row, and just only up 7 at halftime against Rutgers. Come on. The problem's not on defense, it's on offense. They can't move the fucking football. Defense has played well all season long. Once again, playing their hearts out. Feel bad for them a time or two. But also when they give up, a big game-changing play late that, ends up costing them the game. What else more can you say, really, then, at that point? You know, like I said, if he leaves, he leaves. If he stays, he stays. If he leaves, okay, use that buyout money to go out and get somebody. And I said it before. Matt Roll, Luke Fickell, Matt Campbell, Bill O'Brien, and Joe Moorhead in that respective order is who I feel Penn State should go out and get. But there are a few other openings right now, as mentioned earlier. Domino effect. One coach leaves for somewhere, that job opens up. One coach is going to leave, whether he's a head coach or an assistant, going to leave wherever he's at to go there. It's domino effect. Hopefully you played dominoes before so you can get what I'm saying. You know, one gets knocked down after the other. So, I mean, we can call it Nick Gage and get the pizza cutter out and hopefully celebrate with some gabagool later on tonight with a win over Rutgers. But at the same time, I'm not worried about what the future holds right now. I'm worried about this upcoming second half because a win's a win, but it absolutely fucking sucks when you lose. And Penn State's lost 4 games, 4 too many already this season. So at some point in time, enough's enough. You know, what's it going to take to, as I said earlier, if he leaves, he leaves. If he stays, he stays. But then if he doesn't leave and nobody wants him because of how this season has gone as of late for Penn State, well, there's going to come a point in time that Penn State's going to have to make a decision to essentially move on if they choose to move on. And then, you know, you look towards the future then at that point in time. Franklin's in his 8th year. I mean, he's won a lot of games right here in Happy Valley with the blue and white, no doubt about it. Like I said, if he can win at Vanderbilt, you really can win anywhere, and he's won here with the Nittany Lions. He's a Pennsylvania guy. He's stated numerous times this is his dream job. If he gets fired, he gets fired. I don't think he will. I don't think they'll pull the trigger on him after this year. They'll bring him back for another year. But at the same time, like, see what's going on right now with Miami. And it happens everywhere all the time. And Penn State's going to have an issue with this at some point in time in the future. With the athletic director, if they move on, if they're relieved of their duties, or if they take another job, well, then whoever, of course, the university brings in as an AD, if they don't feel you're the right guy for the job, you're going to be on the outs, and they're going to bring in whoever the hell they want to bring in, to whether it's to rebuild and get back on top or just continue the trend. And Franklin's fine where he's at. If he leaves, he leaves. Okay. I feel like Nittany Nation would be sort of happy about it. Because I said it last week at the end of the Michigan game. You know, talk about Jim Harbaugh not being able to win the big game. Well, you look at James Franklin. Same talk for him right now. Because he's only been able to beat Ohio State once. He's beaten Michigan State only twice. And Michigan 3 times. So, I mean, eventually, yeah, everybody's going to snap and be featured on the auction channel, but just, it's been frustrating, no doubt about it, but it's still one thing at a time. And all hypothetical, I can talk all I want about that topic right now. But I'm not going to. I'm gonna shut up about it. I don't really care, as I said right now, what the future holds. You know, I'm worried about the second half. I'm worried about next week. 8 wins. I'll live with it. I'm happy. Not how you start, how you finish. I mean, losing 4 or 5. If they can finish strong, get to a bowl game, win that, build off that in the next year, sort of like compare it to last year's finish as well, after an 0-5 start and then 4 in a row, and then 9 in a row into this year. It's building blocks. You chip away at it. Rome wasn't built in a day last I checked, okay? So we can bitch and complain all we want, but at the same time, we're not coaching and we're not playing. End of story. End of story. There's nothing really else much to be said. But, of course, if something would happen, well, then I'll have thoughts on that as well. And you can keep an eye out for my college football and NFL coaching carousel videos, along with my college football bowl season and NFL playoff prediction videos right here on the channel, as well as those will be released over the next month and a half or so. All you have to do is hit that red subscribe button if you haven't done so already. Notification bell next to it as well, so you can stay up to date on a new video, or if I'm in fact live right here on the channel is in fact published. And once again, thank you for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button. Share, chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers. Always greatly appreciated. College football. Live watch along reactions with Rutgers trailing Penn State on the road at halftime. 7-0 as Penn State leads it by 7. 7-zip at the half against the Greg Schiano-led Rutgers Scarlet Knights. Going to try to chop their way back into this game. But at halftime, as mentioned, Penn State leads it by 7. 7-0 against Rutgers. Ohio State, not even at halftime. They're a point away from putting 50 on Michigan State. They lead 49-0. As C.J. Stroud is, and this is in the first half. This is at final. Okay? Hell, we still have a minute and a half to play in this first half. Not even halftime yet. He is 29-31 for 393 yards passing and 6 touchdowns. They also have a rushing touchdown as well. Myron Williams, 4 for 35 in a score. Ohio State, 49-0. Not even halftime yet. Against Michigan State in a top 8 showdown. That's a good sign for Penn State next week. But then, even at the same time, Michigan State's going to play 10 times better next week than they are today. I can guarantee that. But also right now, in college football, at halftime, we are Penn State, of course. Yeah, no doubt about it. We are Penn State. We are at the half in Norman, Oklahoma, with the Sooners leading the Cyclones with a defensive score as a difference, up 14-7. Clemson leading Wake Forest as they near halftime as well, 17-10 Tigers over the Demon Deacons. Georgia also up 49-0, but they're not playing Michigan State. They're playing Charleston Southern, so that's expected. Michigan State, what the fuck are you doing? 49-0 at Ohio State, you trail. Jesus Christ. Texas A&M up 45-zip over Prairie View A&M. Few shutouts right now. Mississippi State 35-0 over Tennessee State. It's the SEC tune-up week before rivalry weekend next week, and if you haven't already figured that out, with the Iron Bowl next week, we'll preview next week as well. Got a lot of games on Black Friday, and of course next Saturday as well to close out the regular season before Conference Championship week with the Big Ten Championship 2 weeks from now. Kentucky leads New Mexico State 35-16. Western Kentucky 31-10 over Florida Atlantic. Florida State leads Boston College 19-3. North Carolina 27-7 over Wofford. A few other games at halftime. Purdue 13-7 against Northwestern from Wrigley. Army 19-10 over UMass. Tulane 35-7 over South Florida. What the hell is up with Texas? They started 4-0, or 4-1, excuse me. They lost to Arkansas week 2. but have since lost to Oklahoma, Oklahoma State, Baylor, Iowa State, and in overtime last week to Kansas. And now they trail at West Virginia 21-10 with 2, 4, and 6 teams in the Big 12. They're going to be questioning Steve Sarkisian after this year, if I'd have to guess, just knowing Texas. Hook 'em. You trail by 11 on the road, and you'll be taking some country roads home, tail tucked between your legs if you do, in fact, lose again. But West Virginia 21-10 at the half against Texas. Kent State 29-0 over Akron. Coastal Carolina 7-0 over Texas State. Game's about to kick off here in about an hour or so. Illinois, Iowa, Arkansas State, Georgia State, Georgia Tech, Notre Dame, and Washington, Colorado. Before coming up shortly, we'll get into games from 3:30 on, still to kick off this afternoon, along with updating some scores and previewing next week as well. So stay tuned. And once again, thank you for tuning in and listening. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohan Luke 96. And in the meantime, we're underway in the second half with a touchback on the kick. 1st and 10 Rutgers from the 25, down by 7-0 as we begin the third quarter. Yeah, Rutgers has played well. Yeah, penalties have hurt both teams so far. We'll see if that changes from these officials or not as we progress. But if it's a penalty, call it. If not, don't. But if they throw it, don't pick it up. You live with it. There's nothing you can do. 1st and 10 from the 25. Get a defensive stand, Penn State. Derek Tangelo up the middle with a nice stuff. And 2nd down and 11. They hit halftime in the meantime from the shoe. 49-0 over Michigan State. I wonder if Michigan State is going to even come out in the third quarter. There's no way in hell they come back and win this game, because Ohio State's going to score a few more points. And back to Mel Tucker. Is he the right guy for the job? Has he even inked the extension yet? We'll see. But Ohio State showing out. The 2 9-1 top 8 teams, 4-7 respectively, with the Buckeyes on top. 49-0 at halftime now. Wow, Jesus Christ, that was unexpected. But the game next week with Ohio State and Michigan, going to be a good one, no doubt about it. The winner to the Big Ten championship game to represent the East Division. But really, if Michigan loses today at Maryland, which I doubt they will, Ohio State's going to be in. So 3rd and 10, screen near side, nice tackle in the backfield by Tangelo, Ebikadi, and Brandon Smith. 4th down, and Rutgers will punt.
Penn State forces a 3-and-out to begin the second half.
Ebikadi and Smith make the tackle. Look at the guy who makes the play. Watch who it is. It's Tangelo. Tangelo's the guy. He misses the tackle, but he forces it back inside where his guys can come through. Tangelo, 2 of the 3 plays made by him. It's a big first series for him.
So another punt here.
From the 19, Rutgers only able to get negative 6 yards on that drive. And they punt. Ball going to bounce inside the 30, now down inside the 20, to the 15, inside the 10, down to the 8-yard line. That's a nice big punt by Rutgers. Switch the field. Make Penn State drive. Make Penn State run the football. Please run the football, Penn State. Please run the fucking football. How hard is it to run the football? Especially with our true freshman quarterback now. Run the ball. Help them out a little bit. Keep it simple. Nice big punt by Rutgers. Hell, that's their biggest play of the game. Literally switching fields from one end to the other. Handoff out of the eye to Key Vaughn Lee. Turn it. And he gets about
He brought down by Max Melton.
7 yards or so. Now they say more. He seems a little bit, or he doesn't seem that close, but I guess he is.
He said he's a decisive runner, Matt, that when he has the ball in his hands.
I didn't think he got 9 yards on that run. It didn't look like it there at first. Maybe a little bit of an extra push that wasn't there. They give him 9 yards. I'll take it. First down run. So on 2nd and 1, another run up the middle. And 15 yards on 2 runs back to back, 1st and 10, Penn State. Out of the gun, Vayu gonna keep it. Even faked out the cameraman. Not myself, but the cameraman. And Vayu on a 6-yard run. And it'll be 2nd down and short for Penn State. And I feel everybody's going to start liking Christian Vayu if he keeps it up, but even more so because that number 9 that Trace McSorley wore for a few years. Handoff, Kevon Lee again. And no gain on the play. 3rd down.
Tyshawn Fogg and Drew Singleton make the stop. Big 3rd down here for Rutgers defensively.
Nice job by Singleton coming from the inside out. You see him right there.
Got to be able to block up front, buddy. Got to be able to block to run, block up the pass, run to pass to run, play good defense, rely on your special teams. Just hopefully they can tack some more points on to their 7-point lead right now before the end of the game. This game absolutely. As Vayu pass far side, incomplete, intended for Parker Washington. 4th down, no punt. For the most part, flying by now. Early 3rd quarter. I mean, it seemed like a long first quarter. It did, which it was. But this game did kick off a little sooner than all these other noon games I'm currently watching as well. So they're all at halftime right now, so we're going to be a few minutes ahead, barring any delay. But since that first quarter, I mean, we dove into a punt contest coming out of halftime, and Penn State with 3 and out, just as Rutgers did on their opening drive as well. So 11 minutes on the dot to play in the 3rd quarter. Penn State only leads it by 7. It is 7-0 Nittany Lions on top of the Rutgers Scarlet Knights early 3rd quarter.
And for Claire, well, it's cleaner air. Unleaded 88 costs less while providing great performance. And unleaded 88
as mentioned, some updated scores. See what's come later on today. College football next week as well. Halftime. Georgia leads Charleston Southern 49-0. Ohio State leads Michigan State by the same exact score at the half as well. Clemson 17-10 at home against Wake Forest. 14-7 Oklahoma leading Iowa State. Midway through the 3rd quarter, Texas A&M 45-3 over Prairie View A&M. 3rd quarter as well, Mississippi State 35-0 over Tennessee State. Halftime, Kentucky 35-16 over New Mexico State. Western Kentucky 31-10 over Florida Atlantic. Boston College trails Florida State by 16, 19-3 is your score at half from Chestnut Hill. North Carolina 27-7 at home against Wofford before the Wolfpack next week. Purdue 13-7 against Northwestern from Wrigley early 3rd quarter. Army 19-10 over UMass. Still at the half, West Virginia leads Texas 21-10. Tulane 35-7 over South Florida. Kent State leads Akron 29-0 over the Zips. And Coastal Carolina 14-0 over Texas State. Illinois, Iowa just kicked off. Arkansas State, Georgia State just kicked off as well. A half hour or so from now, Georgia Tech, Notre Dame, and in an hour, in the Pac-12 for a noon kick out west, Washington and Colorado. Coming up at 3:30 though. Arkansas, Alabama from Bryant Denny in Tuscaloosa. SMU, Cincy, Michigan, Maryland, Nebraska, Wisconsin, Virginia, and Pitt in a crucial ACC showdown. UAB, University of Texas San Antonio, Marshall and Charlotte, ODU and Middle Tennessee State, Minnesota, Indiana, East Carolina, Navy, App State, Troy, BYU, Georgia Southern, Syracuse, NC State, Florida, and Mizzou at 4 o'clock with 2 5-5 SEC East teams, with Dan Mullen potentially on the hot seat. We'll see. As mentioned with the coaching carousel, USC, LSU, Washington State, TCU, and Virginia Tech, along with Akron, UMass, and Florida International. Texas Tech has already filled their spot. You know, it's a domino effect. If Franklin leaves, he leaves, Penn State opens. Florida could open, Miami could open. Take a look around the rest of college football as well, see what else could open up. But right now, for the most part, that's it. I mean, if I'd have to guess, at least in the Big Ten, really, okay, if Mel Tucker leaves East Lansing for LSU, Michigan State would open up again. I really don't see any Big Ten schools opening up right now. I don't, because Scott Frost is coming back at Nebraska. They've already said that, unless they change their mind, have a change of heart by the end of the year. No Vedral pass, incomplete near side. 2nd and 10, under 10 to play here in the third quarter. Back from break. Ryan Day is not leaving Ohio State. If he does, it's going to be for the NFL. Franklin leaves Penn State, okay, he leaves. Penn State will be open. He stays though. I don't think Indiana, after a disappointing year, will move on from Tom Allen. Harbaugh is not going anywhere in Michigan. Now, if he can't beat Ohio State next week, watch that talk heat up again, that he'll go to the NFL. Mark my words. Maryland will be fine with Mike Loxley. Rutgers is fine with Greg Schiano. You know, Michigan State's a question mark with Penn State right now, depending on how the season closes. Paul Christ and Kirk Ferentz aren't leaving Wisconsin or Iowa. Bielema just got to Illinois. PJ Fleck would be an interesting one, but he just signed an extension as well. Pat Fitzgerald's not leaving his alma mater. And Jeff Brom, after a hell of a year with Purdue, he's not leaving for anywhere anytime soon right now either, I don't think. I mean, okay, Luke Fickell leaves, Matt Campbell leaves, Cincinnati, Iowa State open up. You know, coordinator positions to be filled across the country as well, with assistants leaving, and so on and so forth. But I'll discuss all this at a later date. But Penn State ends up losing today. Well, I might talk about it again at the end of the game. Fair catch at the 18 for the Lions. Be 1st and 10 from there when we return. And talk about the time possession. Okay, Penn State's lost every game they've had less than 30 minutes time possession in. They're 6-4. But also, with starting field position, if they start inside the 20, for the most part, they're done for. The drive's over with already before it even begins. If they start out past the 20, 25, 30-yard line, even further on downfield, I'd hope. For the most part, 95% of the time this year, they've been able to get a good drive going. Whether or not, of course, it ends with points or not, well, it's gone both ways. So, 18-yard line, I mean, hell, they have put a few good drives together. I mean, the touchdown drive was the best of the best so far because it ended with points, no doubt about it. But they, once again, continue have to continue, I should say, to find a running game and have to be able to run this football late. Especially with the lead, I don't care if it's 7 points, only up 7-0 or not, they have to be able to run the football and run this clock. Just play good defense, score some more points, wherever it's coming from, offense, defense, special teams, score some more points, and just be happy and lucky that it's not worse than it currently is right now. So, still to come, as mentioned, later on tonight in college football as well. We left off with Florida and Mizzou, Rice and UTEP, in the Lone Star State, UConn, and UCF. UConn was open up. They recently hired Jim Mora Jr., though. So playoffs? You kidding me? Playoffs? Yeah, that was his dad. But, of course, he's had success at the college and NFL level. Has been out of the game for a few years. Was working for ESPN, I do believe. And now he's going to get back into it. And UConn has a new head coach in Jim Mora. Louisiana Lafayette and Liberty should be a good one at 4 o'clock on ESPNU. That's a low-key under-the-radar game, honestly. It is. With a 9-1 Louisiana Lafayette and a 7-3 Liberty team with a few potential coaching candidates to get bigger jobs in Billy Napier and former Ole Miss head man Hugh Freeze. You know, Lane Kiffin could leave Ole Miss, you know, if something big in his eyes opens up. Roll out. Vayu on 1st and 10 finds Jahan Dotson. Nice block by Lambert Smith. And from the 18, they get to the 48 for a 30-yard completion down the middle of the field. 1st and 10, Penn State.
A very good target in Dotson. Yeah, so you're going to play a zone against Dotson. He's going to find the holes. And this is a crossing route. Mayo's looking back inside to him. That's really well done because actually throwing back inside you don't like to do. But heck, it was so wide open you had to.
Officially from the 49. They give him 31 on the reception. 1st and 10. And Vayu going to hand off nowhere for Kevon Lee to go. 2nd down. We're underway now in the second half with Iowa State and Oklahoma. A few close games. I mean, the big blowout is Ohio State on top of Michigan State. 49-0 at halftime. Are you kidding me? So compare once again, Penn State, Ohio State, and Michigan State, Ohio State games. And tell me who's going to win next week between Penn State and Michigan State. I have a good guess, and they wear one of the two colors in the game I'm currently watching with Rutgers and Penn State. But Vayu over the middle, complete to Parker Washington. And then we got an injured Nittany Lion.
Started at center today in place of Mike Miranda. So as they look at Scruggs, we'll take a break here at Penn State. 7-0 score.
And they'll take a timeout. It is number 70, offensive lineman Juice Scruggs. The Juice isn't loose today. He's down on the field. I don't know where OJ's at, but Juice Scruggs injured. So take TV timeout with this injury timeout. But hopefully he can come back because they're banged up with some injuries, the illnesses this week. I mean, Clifford's already out, and for him, it's both of those circumstances. Not knowing if he was going to start today because of both being injured and sick. He goes down. Vayu's come in relief and a passing touchdown for number 9, the true freshman from Canada. But, I mean, okay, 2 big pass plays. You're in Rutgers territory. Balance, though. Don't start throwing every play because eventually it's going to fall incomplete. And then guess what? Probably going to continue to throw it, and it's going to continue to fall incomplete, and then you're going to have to punt. Please find a running game. Please find a running game. So, TV timeout. We're also about to begin the second halves of Michigan State, Ohio State, and Wake Forest, Clemson as well. As Oklahoma leads Iowa State 7-0. Ohio State leads Michigan State at the half 49-0. And Clemson leads Wake Forest 17-10, but right here in Happy Valley at Beaver Stadium. Early third quarter. The Penn State Lions lead the Rutgers Scarlet Knights by 7. 7-0. 7-0. Penn State on top of Rutgers. But an injury timeout. Hopefully, like I said, Drew Shrugs is okay when we return. I mean, the offensive line all season long. I mean, it's been steady. But, like, and no wonder, no running game. They haven't been able to block. At least he was able to walk off. Eric Wilson, another senior on this senior day, starting to warm up at center. The Harvard transfer. A lot of transfers on this Penn State team this year as well. Adding in a plethora of transfers this past offseason, more than they normally would. But with the extra eligibility not counting against them, Veyu going to take a deep shot near side in the end zone, overthrows Dotson, incomplete. 2nd and 10. He's got a nice arm on him. He can heave it. He reminds me, and okay, I might get some flack for this, but remember when in 2018 Penn State played at Pitt in a monsoon? I do. I was there, so I do remember this, and that's why I'm saying it. I'm a Penn State fan, and I'm a Pittsburgh Steelers fan. But eat shit, Pitt. We'll see if UVA, the Cavs, can beat the shit out of them and get to the ACC title game. But if Pitt wins, they're going to end up going to the conference championship game. And Pitt and Wake Forest, once again, the ACC championship game, who would have thought? But there's still a lot of football to be played, so we'll see what it gives from now until the end of the season. 3rd and 12 from the 40 for Penn State here in the meantime. That game, McSorley balled out. Clifford, of course, who's now the starting quarterback, but injured. In his relief is Christian Veyu. At least for the deep ball, this young freshman quarterback, Christian Veyu from the Great White North, does remind me a lot of a younger Sean Clifford from a few years ago. But, well, that reminds me a lot of Sean Clifford, too, to be honest with you. Pass over the middle, falling incomplete. So, Veyu over the middle, incomplete, 4th down and 12 from the 40. So, they get a few big plays out past midfield, but then they can't move the football. And what do you know? What did I say? They'll start to throw because they know what's working for them. Well, at least they down and inside the 5 of the 2 by number 2, Keaton Ellis from State College. And Rutgers going to be backed up ass to the end zone, 1st and 10. But they start to beat a dead horse. They do. We have a whistle on that play? Yeah, that's just good coverage by Penn State. They down it at the 2-yard line. They get a little too far ahead of themselves. It's like, just keep it simple. Go back to the basics. But they end up punting. Who would have thought? Officially from the 3-yard line, 1st and 10. And they run up the middle, but Penn State right there to stuff it. Number 91, Devon Ellis, be 2nd down and 10. So midway through this 3rd quarter, 2nd and 11 for Rutgers, back of the 2-yard line. Let's get a safety. Go up 9-0. Handoff again. Rutgers, they get a little breathing room, about a yard or so on the run up the middle. 2 officially to the 4. Be 3rd and 9. 3rd and 9. See if this defense can get a stop. Force a punt, get some good starting field position, and then capitalize off of that. Maybe even a defensive turnover.
That Penn State defensive front has been stout, and he hasn't been able to throw for the same reason. They've been getting first one.
Vedral going to go deep down the middle of the field. They're going to get Penn State on a pass interference. No? Wow, I'm shocked they didn't throw the penalty flag there. Any other time they probably would have. You don't say. You don't say. It's been like that all season long.
And now Brisker's the guy who takes over from the inside out. He just tracks that thing exceptionally well. That's what the scouts love about Brisker. He's got excellent range in the middle of the field because his speed
It's,
like 4.35 or something like that.
once again, not how you start, it's how you finish. It's been frustrating as of late. But all season long, the offense, yeah. Maybe get a blocked punt? No. Rutgers gets it up and away from the 47. In Rutgers territory, Penn State going to have 1st and 10. And now we got a late penalty flag. Jesus Christ. Running, roughing the punter. Just shoot yourselves in the foot. Why don't you? A little bit more. Okay, Franklin says decline it. We'll take the penalty. Or we'll take the punt. It's on Rutgers, whatever the hell it is. Probably a hold. Or illegal motion on Rutgers. 5 yards at the end of the run, so it'll be 1st and 10. Penn State from the 42. Midway through the 3rd quarter, only up 7. 7-0 against Rutgers. Penn State leads it. And thank you to everyone who's currently listening. Thank you for everyone for tuning in. Just be sure to subscribe if you haven't done so already. Subscribe. Hit that red subscribe button. Need to is an understatement. They have to. If they want to get just a little bit more breathing room, because you go into the 4th quarter, the way this game's gone, only up 7 zip. Rutgers still playing damn good football. Still having Penn State by the collar. Trying to whack the Nittany Lions on the road here today. Who knows how the 4th quarter is going to go, because 4 of the 5 last games in which they've lost 4 or 5, the Penn State defense has given up a big play late that ended up costing them. So keep that in mind, and Rutgers, neither team's turned the ball over yet. Penn State had trouble with 1 snap. They recovered, though, ended up punting because it was 3rd down anyway. So that turned in 4th down. They punted, but Rutgers is 5-0 when they don't turn the ball over, and they're 5-5. Okay, so when they turn the ball over, they lose. So hope, knock on wood, for a turnover, because then that'll seal it. You would think, hypothetically, based on history this year. They need to, they have to, yes, no doubt about it. They have to find a running game, though. I mean, yeah, no doubt. I'm sick and tired of saying it. I've been saying it all season long, but until they find one, I'm going to continue to say it. They need to find a goddamn running game. It's not that hard to run the football. It's not that hard to, like their last drive, they had a few big passes, and the drive ended up stalling because guess what? It wasn't balanced. They continued to pass, and the passes started falling complete as thought, as said as well. I mean, it's not that hard to move the ball further on more than 5 yards either. They have their best starting field position I feel they've had in quite a few games. Penalty helps them out for the illegal motion, timeout as well. 1st and 10 from the 42, handoff Noah Kane. And he gets about 8.5, maybe 9 yards on the run, depending on the spot. Be 2nd and short here, 5:40 to play in this 3rd quarter. Penn State up 7-0, your score, leading the Rutgers Scarlet Knights.
Like we talked about earlier, he's very decisive. He'll make a decision quick, and he gets to it right away.
Despite the lack of touches last week,
Second and 1. Vayu in at quarterback.
The coaching staff has been up
As Kendra Lambert-Smith in motion. Vayu looking his way. Going to step up and run, though, and he gets a first down. All right, move the sticks. Keep it simple. Run to pass, pass to run, and Vayu. Well, you need to run the football, Penn State. How hard is it? How much more do I need to say? Trips in a bunch near side from the 30, 1st and 10. Out of the gun, they're going to hand off Noah Kane. And 2-1 gets 5 to the 25, 2nd and 5. It's been Noah Kane, Kevon Lee today. No John Lovett. But last week, until late, it was only Kevon Lee and John Lovett, no Noah Kane. And remember, they brought him in sort of as a decoy because of an injury, and then they scored a touchdown with a 2-point to take the lead before giving up a big play to Michigan and then lost the game. 2nd and 5 from the 25. Vayu on a tight end screen in the flat to Tyler Warren inside the 20 down to the 17-yard line for a 9-yard completion. They need to use these tight ends a little bit more. 1, now 2 receptions of tight ends today. And the first one was on the first play of the game to Theo Johnson. Now with 3:53 to play in the third quarter, they go back to the tight ends, number 44, Tyler Warren, and they get another first down. See, it works. Run the football, open up the pass, and play good defense. Go to your tight ends. The rest of the offense playbook, once you have a running game, is going to open itself up. Vayu going to step up, gets rid of it. Back of the end zone, caught, touchdown Penn State to number 3, Parker Washington. However, we do have a penalty flag on the field. It's going to be a pass interference. I don't know against who. That could have went either way. It'd be a no good, no call if they didn't throw it, but they threw the flag, so we'll see what the penalty is. Pass interference on the defense, penalties declined, touchdown Penn State, 13-0. As the Lions are roaring with 3:33 to play in this third quarter, pending the extra point by Jordan Stout to make it a 2-touchdown game here as we have about 15 more minutes of football to be played. We'll hit that line roll up the score fight on to victory evermore. Penn State has not lost to Rutgers since 1988. Looking for 15 in a row. Extra point to make it 14-0 is up and good. Penn State now leads it 14-0 as Vayu. 2 passing touchdowns for the true freshman. This arguably, for Penn State passing at least, no offense to Sean Clifford for what he's done, has to be some of the best we've seen in quite a while. If only the running game was there. And just imagine if the running game was there in the 4 games they lost. Total of 18 points, margin of 10. They lose by 3 at Iowa, 2 against Illinois, 9 at Ohio State, and 4 last week against Michigan. It's a few plays, but they don't go their way, and hell's a little hotter. Penn State on a kickoff. We'll have a touchback, 1st and 10, Rutgers from the 25. Okay, yeah, they threw the penalty on a defense pass interference. He still caught it, though. Touchdown to the Lions. That was Parker Washington, the Texas native himself, with another receiving touchdown for the Lions. Dotson has 1 to close the first half. Washington now has 1 to close the third quarter out here. Parker Washington, 4:57 in the score. Dotson, 3:52 in the score. So balance. And then the running game's there. I mean, it is, but it isn't. Kane, 7-29. Lee 8 of 21. But when your starting quarterback now has, only 2 less yards than the leading rusher, you still have a problem. Your starting quarterback should not be leading your team in rushing. I don't care who the hell you are. I don't care what type of quarterback you have, your starting quarterback should not be leading the team in rushing. A few yards short, but still, there's balance there, and I'll take it for what it's worth. So, 14-0 now, Penn State on top of Rutgers. 1st and 10 as missed tackle by Jonathan Sutherland. And yeah, that's why you're not playing, Dreads. But he's in today because of some non-COVID related illnesses and injuries. Sex man up mentality anyway. You got to make that tackle, dude. Come on. He might have stepped out, but they give him the first down on a 16-yard reception. Roll out near side. Caught but out of bounds. 2 feet in bounds in the NFL. You have to have 1 foot in bounds in college. He didn't have any feet in bounds. That's incomplete. 2nd and 10. So with 3:07 to play in this third quarter, Penn State up 14-0. Get another defense stop, why don't you? Get a turnover.
Penn State has won 14 straight against Rutgers. Rutgers' last win over Penn State came here back in 1988.
And from the 37, a screen far side, nowhere to go. Brandon Smith pushes them out. 3rd and long. Clock's rolling, under 3 to play in the third. I smell a sack or a turnover on the way. Maybe a strip sack. Maybe Rutgers converts it on 3rd and 11. Because this Penn State defense has been, but hasn't been able to get off the field. Almost picked off by Daquan Hardy and Kalen King. Incomplete. 4th down. So they get off the field. All right, they'll punt. That's a catch and a drop by both the receiver and defender. Incomplete. 4th down. Need that special team spark, though, too. Haven't had a punt return for a touchdown since December the 12th, the week after Penn State last played Rutgers last year, 2 weeks before Christmas against Michigan State. That really swung the game in the Nittany Lions' favor, and full circle, Penn State at Michigan State next week after Rutgers today. So, 14-0 now. Penn State on top. See if they can keep it rolling. Chip away at it. Score some more points. 18.5 point favorite is what it closed at earlier. And, if, of course, they can score another touchdown, they'll be covering and hold on there for the win. I could care less if they cover or not, as long as the money line hits. I could really care less about that, to be honest with you, too. Just as long as they win, get their 7th win of the season. So, Theo Johnson, their catch for him for a few yards, be 2nd down, and we'll see where they spot it. 2nd and 7, I'd say. Yeah, 3-yard gain, 2nd and 7. And Washington in motion near side, fake the give out of the backfield. Vegas going to roll out. Downfield wide open is number 80, Malik Mega, and he walks in to the end zone for another touchdown for the Nittany Lions. Busted coverage by Rutgers. I don't know how the hell he got that wide open, but he was wide open to the 30-yard line and had green grass in front of him. He could have crawled his way into the end zone and still scored. Jesus Christ, what kind of defense was that, Rutgers? Shit, from midfield, sorry, not even the 30. Nice play call by Mike Yursich. Keep it simple for the freshman quarterback. And now he has 3 passing touchdowns. And the kick's up and good, 21-0. Where the hell has this been all season long is what I want to know. Seriously, where the hell has this been all year? Now you got to be able to build off of this. You have to be able to take one thing at a time, chip away at it. Rome wasn't built in a day. Build off of this. It's building blocks. And it starts up front with the offense line. You get a bit of block to run, run to pass, pass to run. Play good defense, of course. But ever since, and as always, it takes them a little time to get going. It's like, you know, okay, you have an 8 o'clock class and you don't want to be there, but you still go, but you're not there, even though you are there. But your day doesn't get going until about noon. That's Penn State today, in a gist. Scored a touchdown before halftime, and now in this third quarter, 2 more. It's 21-0 Penn State, so they're covering the spread. Will it hit and be a win in both regards for the team? And if you have a bet on it or not, I don't know. Still have 16:31 to play. As long as Penn State wins, I'll be all right. But then money line wise and parlay the rest of the day, with still previewing next week coming up shortly. Update some scores. Ohio State, in the meantime, sort of held back 49-0 still midway through the third quarter against Michigan State. So, yeah, Penn State, in the meantime here, starting to play some damn good football, seems like. But even against Rutgers, who's 5-5, they're still playing Rutgers. Okay? From the shit state of New Jersey, no offense if you're from there, but New Jersey's Jersey. And they border New York, which is trash too. And, you know, Penn State has owned Syracuse and basically every other team in the Northeast in history. So, Mid-Atlantic region as well. But last time Rutgers beat Penn State wasn't even in the Big Ten yet. So think about that for a second. 3rd and 3 for Rutgers, under a minute to play here in the third quarter. Third and 3 from the 32. They get the first down. Clifford hasn't even returned to the sideline yet. He's still in the locker room. Did they take him to the hospital? Is he sitting at Mountain Eddie right now? So from the 36, Vedral going to hand off and dumps it off our side. Come on, Jonathan Sutherland. No shit. No fucking reason why. That's why you're not playing. Another missed tackle. Jesus Christ. Few big first downs by Rutgers to close the third quarter. Momentum, yes, but they're down by 3 scores now. If it was still 7-0, I'd be getting a little worried, as I'd hope everybody would be as well. But, yeah. No wonder why you're not fucking playing. But you're playing today in relief duty. And he's a senior, I do believe. We'll get back to the senior list. Update some scores as we hit the end of the third quarter. Here about 2:30 Eastern time. This November Saturday before Thanksgiving. Thank you once again for tuning in and listening. Be sure to subscribe if you haven't done so already. Like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Hopefully everybody has a happy Thanksgiving next week. But in the meantime, hopefully you'll tune in tomorrow as well for more live watch-along reactions, live here on YouTube, of NFL action with the Cowboys and Chiefs, along with Steelers and Chargers. And then on Monday, watching WWE Survivor Series on a delay with Monday Night Football, Monday Night Raw. And then next week, College football, Penn State, Michigan State, at either 3:30 or 4 o'clock on ESPN, ABC, or Fox. Still to be determined, as we'll find out hopefully sometime tomorrow, Monday, as mentioned earlier, at the latest. But today, at the end of the third quarter, Penn State leads it 21-0 now over the Rutgers Scarlet Knights, who are once again going to try to chop their way back into this game, but it doesn't seem like they'll be able to do so. As Penn State now is going to look for their second shutout win of the season if they can hold on to this lead for the time being. But Rutgers going to have a 1st and 10 to begin the fourth one when we return. Veyu, in relief of Clifford, is 11-16 for $184 and 3 scores. Also has 9 carries for a 3-yard average, 27 yards on the ground. Kevon Lee and Noah Kane. Kane 7-29, Lee 8-21. And then Penn State receiving. Malik Mega, 1 catch, 67 yards because of that touchdown. Parker Washington, 4 catches, 57 yards in the score. And Jahan Dotson, 3 for 52 in the score. 3 total catches to the tight ends. No Brenton Strange today, so maybe he's on the IR with whether it's an illness or an injury. You know, we've known a few players, but we don't know exactly who. But Theo Johnson, 2 of 9, Warren, 1 of 8. Now a 21-point lead at home in this fourth quarter as we're about to begin it. Run the football, please. Please run the damn ball. Rutgers football, though, 1st and 10 out of the pistol, screen near side and in the ground, incomplete. So it has been a quiet afternoon. Big Ten Network with a little bit of a glitch there with the graphic. But, Rutgers hasn't played bad. Penn State's just played better since the late first half, early third quarter here. 2nd and 10. And there's a few-yard run up the middle, bouncing it to the side a little bit, but 3rd down and about 8. 3rd and 6 officially for Rutgers. Okay, 3rd and 6. And this upcoming play is the first play for Rutgers in Penn State territory today, and we just entered the fourth quarter of play. From the 49. It's not like they're at the 29, they're at the 49. Motion man near side out of the gun. Vedral looking to throw. And a deep ball near side. Come on, Keaton Ellis, you too. Another big play. And Rutgers going to have a 1st and 10 inside the 20, it looks like. And one thing I just realized, I don't know why it took me this long to realize this, but the past 2 times Penn State has hosted Rutgers, at some point in time in the game, okay, 2 years ago, Sean Clifford, but then Taquan Roberson. Today, it's Sean Clifford, and then even sooner than expected, Christian Veyu. So backup quarterbacks beating Rutgers. Hell, the Helen Keller School of the Blind and Deaf could probably beat Rutgers. But I'll digress. They probably couldn't, but you just never know. That's why they play the games, though. So, yeah, I'll leave it at that. No offense to anybody who's blind or deaf. Take a joke, folks. I know it's 2021 and everybody's trying to cancel everybody, but take a fucking joke. Against Michigan, but that could be a very, very important game for 2 teams next week in this getaway. Already 8 eligible teams. Penn State is one of them. Angelo able to walk off slowly, but he's walking off on his own. So 1st and 10 from the 15 for the Scarlet Knights. going to run a pass back to the quarterback, but the quarterback fell down. That's a dead play. Would have been a tight end pass. Yeah, they hand it off. Quarterback fell down. They're going to run a pass back to the quarterback near side, but Penn State would have had it covered downfield anyway. So luckily for Rutgers, that fell incomplete. So 2nd and 10 now from the 15-yard line. Trips top of your screen. Handoff up the middle. Ebikady and Brisker on the stop. 3rd down. Yeah, Rutgers doesn't need a touchdown. They can't settle for a field goal. Handoff up the middle, another stop by, guess what? Number 17, guess who I should say, and number 1, Arnold Ebikady and Jaquan Brisker, just as it was the previous play. 4th down and 3. They're going to go for it. They have to. 3rd quarter, you're down 3 scores.
So you give them one more piece of the puzzle.
Penn State defense, see if they can get a stop. Hold on to the shutout, maybe. Vedro looking to throw. They bring some pressure. Ebikady gets to him. And it is fumbled, recovered by Rutgers. That was 4th down anyways. Turnover on downs. It was for the 3rd straight play. 3rd time's a charm. Ebikady and Brisker. And then Brandon Smith was right there on the recovery, but it was recovered by Rutgers. Turnover on downs anyway. First and 10 Penn State from where the ball was recovered, yeah. I don't know why you have to make an announcement about that. Everybody knows that much. Ebikady off the edge. Brisker on a safety blitz. They hit him simultaneously, sandwich him. Rutgers recovers it, but it was 4th down anyway. So turnover on downs. Penn State football when we return. 1st and 10 with a true freshman, in at quarterback, number 9, Christian Veyu, in relief of Sean Clifford, who went down with an injury earlier. But even before the game began, Penn State banged up with some injuries and illnesses. So at some point in time, we just didn't know who or when, okay, some players wouldn't be playing versus some players potentially playing for the first time or playing more than they, normally do. But Veyu's looked damn good. He has. 11 of 16, a $184 and 3 scores, 9 for 27 on the ground. This Penn State offense, once again, I'll say it, as I said a little bit ago after their last touchdown, scoring back-to-back, some hurry up tempo, if you will. Where's this offense been all damn season long? Especially in the 4 games they lost. But, in the end, you win some, you lose some. They didn't win those, they lost them. They're 6-4. You move on. You don't worry about it. You just look ahead. Future is bright for Penn State, yeah. Recruiting-wise, I'm not worried about it right now. I will be if, they start to flip-flop. If James Franklin leaves. But if he leaves, he leaves. If he stays, he stays. A month or so ago, after they lose to Iowa and Illinois, before the Ohio State game, but then they lose that game as well, 3 in a row, 4 of the last 5, he's good as gone. But you play with who you have, and here on this senior day, Penn State leads at 21-0. But, we'll talk more about that later on down the line. One thing at a time. Drew Lars coming in, but he hasn't officially signed. Until they sign, it's not official. And the early signing day right before Christmas is really the only signing day anymore. It's not the first Wednesday of February, even though they still have that for everybody who hasn't officially signed yet. Nice to see Journey Brown. They brought him back for senior day. He had a medical injury. He had to retire last year. He was Penn State's running back in this group of backs they had as well over the past few years. Second and 10, incompletion. Why are you throwing up 21-0? With I get okay, freshman quarterback, but run the damn ball. Run this clock. Like, how much can I ask for? But
always have something to say. Sees things very well. He's an excellent player.
Yeah, we'll get back to the senior day list for Penn State senior day here. Nate Lyon's going to be losing 30-plus players to graduation and the next level. Nice catch by Parker Washington. He'll be the true number one next year with Dawson playing on Sundays. Vayu down the middle. 3rd and 10. They got 10.5, 11 yards. 1st and 10, Penn State. Now back to the running game, please. Run the football. And Vayu going to hand off. Kevon Lee about 4 yards on that run. 2nd down and 6.
This Rutgers defense has played pretty darn well here today.
They have. They have, no doubt about it, Matt Millen. You know a thing or two about defense. Penn State legend, won a few Super Bowls in the National League. Played for the Raiders, Skins, and Niners. 2nd and 6, bubble complete to Washington again. And 4.5, maybe 5. Be short. Be 3rd down and about 2 for Penn State. As on offense, Penn State has a super senior in John Lovett, who has not played today. But really, it's been by committee all season long with Noah Kane, Kevon Lee, and John Lovett in that order. I mean, Devin Ford and Isaiah Holmes will take seat on the back burner. Honestly, I look for Holmes to probably transfer. We'll see, though. I know Penn State quarterback and running back this upcoming year in recruiting, they're going to few 4 and 5 stars in that category. But meantime, 3rd and 2, flag on the play. What do we got? Yeah, they honored Journey Brown pregame as well. Of course, he had to, once again, as I mentioned earlier, medically retired. Got a pass interference on Jahan Dawson. Penalty's going to be declined. 4th down for Penn State, and they'll punt. Are you going to go for it? 4th and 2? Franklin looking up to the replay to, on the scoreboard, have them show on. Oh, that's running in, roughing the punter. Thank you. That's 15 yards. That's an automatic 1st down. Where's the flag on that? All right, there we go. Yeah, he took him out on that. Running in, still 5-yard penalty. Is 4th and 2, 1st down Penn State. Yeah. 4th and 6, okay, 4th and 1 still. But, yeah, whether it was running or roughing, yeah, he ran into him. That's a good penalty. He didn't act on that. And, well, I don't know about that. Well, maybe a little bit, but not much. He fell down. He got run into. When you get run into, you're going to fall down too. His name's not LeBron James. He's not going to flop. But Penn State keeps it. 5-yard running into the punter on 4th and 2, 1st down. They keep the football. So from the 39, Vayu gonna fake the give. Yeah, air it out deep. Downfield. Go to the tight end, Tyler Warren. What a catch by 44 at the 32. And then we have a penalty coming in from the secondary. Yeah, it's going to be a pass interference. I don't know who that's going to be against either. They probably should have just went with it for a good no call. Maybe another offset. These refs, man, I tell you what. Holding prior to the pass. Holding on the defense. Penalties decline. First down, Penn State. All right. Right in the breadbasket. Right on target. Into double coverage as well, and Warren comes down with it. They do. And Khalil Dinkins, true freshman from North Allegheny as well, hasn't even played at all this year. And then Brent Strange out today, I guess, hasn't played. Vayu gonna fake the give, gets rid of it, a little high and incomplete, intended for Dotson. He got drilled as he got rid of it, and it was bobbled. Should have dumped it off to Parker Washington far side, who was in motion. Yeah, they fake the give to Lee, and then Vayu gets drilled. Keandre Lambert-Smith had a quiet afternoon. Maybe go to him. 2nd and 10. Following an incompletion. Trips top of your screen, and you're out of the gun from the 32. Hand off to Kevon Lee. To the 25, he goes for 7, 3rd and 3.
Set up another 3rd down.
Okay, we got another injury. Seems like it's on the Rutgers side of things, but we play on 3rd and 4 from the 26. Or something over the middle. Maybe go back to Dotson. Under 10 to play here. 21-0 Penn State. Fake it. Vayu going to keep it, and he gets a first down. Hurdles an invisible person to get out of bounds, but he gets out of bounds. Clock's off. 9:43 to play. Gets first down. And now he's hobbling. Maybe he pulled his hammy, but he'll be all right. Hey, Christian Vayu. Clifford's not good to go next week. Especially on the road for him early in his career like this. To potentially start. I think he should. The way he's playing today. And, you know, go on the road and maybe pick up a win. I mean, that takes guts. But they still have 9 minutes and change to play here today, and we'll worry about next week. I'll preview it a little bit at the end of this, but from the 16, 2nd and 9 for Penn State. Brenton Strange is out there. They just haven't gone to him. Okay. He's out there. Why don't you get him the football? Go back to your tight ends. I mean, hell, Tyler Warren was looking like an elk in Warren County coming down with that pass. Nice catch. 2nd and 9, trips top of your screen. And Lee up the middle again, 2 yards. Be 3rd down and 7. Clock's rolling, 8:40. Counting. 21-0. As Penn State is looking for their 2nd shutout win of the season, trying to add some more points to the scoreboard, though, in the meantime. Fake the give. Over the middle, and they go to, guess who, number 13 from the 757, Keandre Lambert-Smith. 8 yards, 1st and 10. 1st and goal, inside the 10.
Inside leverage is what you want if you're Keandre Lambert-Smith. When you get that defender on your top hip, right? And so you get the protection you have. You just keep him on the backside, and you just rely on the throw. The quarterback will throw you open.
Run the ball. Run the football. from the 7. First and goal, Penn State, 21 zip. Strange in motion. Play clock winding down. They get the snap off. Handoff to Kevon Lee. Why don't you turn it into the end zone for 6? He does. Touchdown, Penn State. 27-0 now, pending extra point. When it was 7-0 Nittany Lions at halftime. They've come alive in this second half. And they've, for the most part, had some consistency. They've kept it balanced, which is a good thing. That's what you need to move the football. And Kevon Lee from 8 yards out. The first rushing touchdown of the afternoon for Penn State. Still not going to have a 100-yard rusher by any means today. But 1 rushing touchdown to 3 passing, I'll take it. Stout on for the extra point. And the kick is up and good. 28-0 now. Penn State leading it against the visiting Rutgers Scarlet Knights. Once again, thank you to everybody for tuning in and listening. VU is now 15-24 for 235 and 3 scores. Also has 10 carries for 36 yards rushing. Kevon Lee now 13 for 41 on the ground in the score. Noah Cain still 7-29. And then really not much has changed in the receiving game. I mean, Dotson 3 of 52 in a score. Washington 6 for 72 in a score. Malik Mega has a 67-yard touchdown as well. Tyler Warren, they finally go to the tight ends. Big reception by him on this drive. Then 6 on a rushing score. Warren 2 for 37. Theo Johnson 2 for 9. Out of the backfield, Kevon Lee has a catch for 17 yards as well. Kendra Lambert-Smith 1 for 7 to keep the drive alive to get the goal to go before the rushing touchdown there. So Rutgers had Penn State right where they wanted them at. They did. I mean, 7-0 at halftime arguably could have been tied 0-0 at halftime if Penn State, didn't score there before half. They had them right where they wanted them at, but they let them off the hook. And since then, Penn State's turning the key with Kevon Lee in the backfield, along with Noah Cain here this afternoon. Christian Veilleux in relief of Sean Clifford, the Big Red Dog, out filming another movie with an injury and an illness. It's been pedal to the metal. And Penn State now on top 28-0. 28 zip, leading Rutgers. Some updated scores. Hey, congratulations, Michigan State. You finally scored. You beat Rutgers to the punch. Ohio State 49-7, early fourth quarter. Georgia 56-7 over Charleston Southern. Clemson pulling away 38-13 over Wake Forest, getting them back into the ACC hunt. So, see how the regular season ends, of course, for everyone involved across college football. Iowa State, Oklahoma, midway through the fourth quarter in a good one. 21-14 Sooners. Mississippi State 52-3 over Tennessee State. Kentucky 55-16 over New Mexico State. Western Kentucky 38-17 over FAU. Boston College coming back, but Florida State has since scored 26-16 Seminoles. Purdue 29-14 over Northwestern from Wrigley, as the Cats have never won from the friendly confines in program history. Army 26-17 over UMass. We're going to flip off of Wake Forest Clemson and put on Texas West Virginia as the Mountaineers lead by 8, 31-23 in the fourth quarter. So now, as we'll continue to scout Michigan State for next week, we'll have on Rutgers, Penn State, Michigan State, Ohio State, Iowa State, Oklahoma, and Texas, West Virginia. So 2 Big Ten and 2 Big 12 matchups here at this noon hour, into the 3:30 window, with some games still to kick off. As mentioned, we'll have a touchback on the kick, 1st and 10, Rutgers from the 25. Tulane leading South Florida 45-14. Texas State and Coastal Carolina tied at 14. Iowa leading Illinois by 4, 14-10 early second quarter. Georgia State 14-3 over Arkansas State, and Notre Dame 10-0 over Georgia Tech. Texas A&M won, North Carolina won, and Kent State won this afternoon. Along with on Tuesday, Toledo beat Ohio, Eastern Michigan beat Western Michigan, and Miami, Ohio beat Bowling Green. On Wednesday also was some action in overtime. Northern Illinois beat Buffalo. Central Michigan beat Ball State. Thursday, Louisville beat Duke 62-22. And then last night, Southern Miss beat Louisiana Tech 35-19. Houston 31-13 over Memphis. Washington State in the fog beat Arizona 44-18. San Diego State held on the road from Sin City, Las Vegas to beat UNLV 28-20. And in triple overtime, Air Force won at Nevada 41-39. Game still to kick off here as it is now 3 o'clock. Washington, Colorado, about a half hour or so. Arkansas, Alabama, Michigan, Maryland, Nebraska, Wisconsin, Virginia, and Pitt, along with UAB and University of Texas San Antonio. That's another low-key under-the-radar matchup this afternoon. SMU, Cincy, BYU, Georgia Southern, App State, Troy, East Carolina, Navy, Minnesota, Indiana, Old Dominion, Middle Tennessee State, Marshall, and Charlotte, along with Syracuse, NC State, Florida, Mizzou, Rice, UTEP, UConn, UCF, Louisiana, and Liberty. And talked about Jonathan Sutherland missing some tackles earlier. Well, he comes up clutch in this fourth quarter. Rutgers are 5-0 when they don't turn the ball over. Well, they turn the ball over. They've lost all 5 games they have. They're going to lose again today. They trail 28-0 at Penn State with 6:20 to play. No Vedral interception to number 0, Jonathan Sutherland. Got a late penalty flag as well as Dirty Laundry is from the Zebras. So after the play, so interception is going to stand. We got unsportsmanlike conduct on Penn State. Charlie Katzer, number 45. And in the meantime, be a 15-yard penalty. Penn State football, 1st and 10. They'll take a TV timeout. So the red capper on the field. But Penn State has had now at least 1 turnover. Thank you for that stat. In 17 straight games. 17 straight games. That's dating back to early last year. Of course, even with the shortened COVID season, they didn't start until late October. This is game 11 today. 6 back into last year. Early, mid last season, Penn State's had at least 1 turnover in each game. Defense, defense, defense. Defense wins you championships. Brett Pry's name will probably come up for a few coaching vacancies, if I'd have to guess. Whether they're, of course, top tier or a smaller school or not, his name's going to come up. And if he leaves, he leaves. But rightfully so, because of what he's done as the Penn State defense coordinator under James Franklin. He's passed 8 years in Happy Valley, but he was also the DC under Franklin at Vandy for 3 years. So they've been together for 11 straight years as a head coach and defensive coordinator, respectively. And, this Penn State defense, once again, playing with that blue-collar mentality. Put your hard hat on, go to work, bend but don't break, get your stops, but keep your head up and keep working. Get some stops, get some turnovers, bust your ass, play with your heart, and play smart, though, too. Play with your head, and, continue to play their hearts out and continue to bust your ass, and they're doing that just as they've done all season long once again today. If only those 4 losses, they didn't give up big plays, well, the outcomes, of course, might be a little bit different, but I'm not going to go down that road. So they're 6-4 for a reason. Win today, they'll get to 7-4. At worst now, if they lose next week, 7-5, they're still going to a bowl game late December, early January. Where, when, and who they're playing, I don't know. We'll see. But at best, the way Michigan State's playing today at Ohio State, and you compare the 2 games with Penn State, Ohio State once again, and Michigan State, Ohio State, I would think on paper, but the game's not played on paper, it's decided on the field, that Penn State should be able to beat Michigan State next week. So Penn State up 28-0 here. 6 minutes and change to play. This is a first, at least for myself. It's been quite a while for the Nittany Lions as well. To have somebody wear a 20-plus number and play quarterback for the Nittany Lions. It is Mason Stahl, a walk-on from the Steel City. He'll hand off. So no Taquan Roberson. Watch for him to transfer at the end of the year too, potentially. Because if Clifford comes back, okay, he comes back. He probably won't now. He'd be better off moving on. But at the same time, I'd welcome him back, no doubt about it. He's played some damn good football for Penn State. But Vayu's played extremely well today. Plus, you have Drew Lar coming in. But then if he doesn't commit, goes elsewhere, maybe because of the coaching carousel, Franklin Lee's, well, whoever they bring in, they'll recruit who they recruit. You play with who you have. It's all hypothetical until the games are played. Quarterback draw up the middle, and Mason Stahl, number 20. If somebody would like to do some digging for me, unless I get to it here first, look up the last time, really you just have to look up Penn State starting quarterbacks throughout history. When was the last time that Penn State had a quarterback playing a game, whether he started or not, wear a number 20 or higher? First for myself, as mentioned, it has to be forever. If for the first time ever, potentially. I know Stahl, he was wearing, I believe, 15 or 17. But now he's in the ball game at quarterback. Just a little odd. Wasn't expecting Penn State to have a quarterback today wearing number 20 and actually playing. This isn't practice, but up 28 on Rutgers. Well, up 7 on Rutgers, tied at 0 with Rutgers. It's a whole hell of a lot like practice. But Penn State, in the meantime, has since pulled away. Rutgers has played damn good today. They have. They just couldn't, in the end, as number 26, Keziah Holmes on the give up the middle. His first action all season long. So where the hell's Devin Ford at? And where's Jake Pinniger been at all season long as well? Kicker. Stout's been pulling double duty. You play with who you have. You play the best. You know, there's a reason why you're a backup, because you're not good enough, or whatever the circumstance is, compared to the starter. So, Penn State, 1st and 10 from the 19. Stahl going to tuck it and run. And 3, maybe 4 yards up the middle. He's second down. 2:32 to play and counting. This is like some Doug Flutie high school shit for a quarterback that wears a number higher than 20. It's 2021. It's not fucking 1985 anymore. It's like somebody else at a different position can't wear number 20. I'm bitching about something that doesn't even matter. It's odd. Like a number 20 is for like a running back or somebody on defense. Third and 8 for Penn State here. Minute 41 to play. As they'll close the year out at home, just as they started, with a win against another red team. They beat Ball State on 9/11. Here this Saturday before Thanksgiving, they're going to beat Rutgers. and they're going to get their second shutout win of the season. That's credit to the defense. Handoff to 38, Tank Smith from Penn Hills. And he got about a yard or so. Be 4th and short. They won't kick it. They won't kick it. They'll go for it. But at the same time, they might get it. They might not. I don't know. I mean, there's 30-second differential or so between the game clock and play clock. They'll snap it on 4th and 8 and run it. Tank Smith and stop by Rutgers. That's sportsmanship. You don't want to run up the score. You're up 28 zip as it is. You run the football. They stop you, they stop you. If they don't, well, sucks to be them. You score again.
1986 captain Steve Smith for Penn State. And of course, I played with them out at the Raiders. And he passed away this morning. He was 57. He battled ALS for the last 20 years.
Wow. Matt Millen getting choked up, as former Penn State back from Penn State's 2 national championship squads. A fullback, Steve Smith, who, if you know the story, he has had ALS. Matt Millen, I guess, just found out. As rest in peace to Steve Smith. Passed away this morning at, I believe he said 57. So even with the loss of a Penn State great, Penn State will win today in his honor and pick up their 7th win of the season. You could really tell Matt Millen was getting choked up there. Because, well, one Penn Stater to another, we are Penn State. But then when you play with somebody, as Millen said, he played with them in college, of course, here at Penn State, and at the NFL level. That's sad. I'm going to look up, too, here in the meantime. The last time, or Penn State quarterback numbers. And when was the last time Penn State had a quarterback play in a game that wore the number 20 or higher? Because it's always anywhere from 1 to 19. That's the quarterback number. I mean, but it's really 1 to 18, because 19 is still an odd number for a quarterback. I mean, the last Penn State quarterback that wore a high number would have been, I'd say, probably Darryl Clark at 17. And Penn State's fond with the 14 number, of course. What was that stat? Penn State's never had 2 home shutouts in 1 year. Never shut out 2 Big Ten opponents in the same season since they joined the Big Ten in '93. Yeah, they shut out Indiana on the 2nd of October. And now today, on the 20th of November, Penn State's going to get another shutout home win against a Big Ten opponent and defeat Rutgers 28-0 as the final seconds tick off. 3, 2, 1, win. Penn State with a win. Now 7-4 as Rutgers falls to 5-6. They'll need to win next week to become bowl eligible. They host the Maryland Terrapins. Penn State, of course, will head to East Lansing and take on Michigan State, who trails at Ohio State right now. 8 minutes to play, 49-7. We'll have some final stats and scores here momentarily. Thank the seniors once again for everything they've done in their illustrious Penn State careers. But in the meantime, a post-game interview with head coach James Franklin.
This is someone who didn't practice yesterday. He hadn't taken a snap in a game since 2019. What can you say about your quarterback today?
Yeah, I'm super proud of him.
Super proud.
Out here trying to battle. The venue was unavailable yesterday. We had 35 guys out for this game for one reason.
35 players out today for one reason or another. Are you kidding me? 35?
So just really proud of our guys, how we battled, overcome adversity.
You told me at halftime that you just wanted to tell them to stay positive. Can you describe what they really battled through this week just to get?
Well, hopefully everybody gets healthy.
Thursday, it looked like a hospital ward with IVs, and Friday as well. We had no scholarship quarterbacks available on Friday.
Wow.
Just battled. I'm super proud of them.
Super proud. I would be too.
And beating a good opponent here at home.
Thank you so much for
Yeah, Rutgers is a good opponent. They put up a fight. What I say at the start, they'll keep it close and Penn State will pull away in the second half. And that's exactly what happened. It turned into one of those games as thought. 28-0 your final score. 35 players out today. Holy shit. They'll sing the alma mater.
Very, very well, right? And then I thought as the game went on, Penn State's depth, as you saw, was
Yeah, the depth, the way Franklin's been able to recruit. I've talked about it all season long with the depth across the board, top to bottom, with every single position. And it helped out here today. It did. And for the final time at home this season, Penn State on Senior Day will pick up a win. They'll sing the alma mater. We won't get to, though, unfortunately, as they'll take us to the studio for some post-game before some 3:30 action on the Big Ten Network with Michigan, Maryland, and Minnesota, Indiana. Meantime, though, we'll see. It's only quarter after 3. A long first quarter, but ever since then, okay, halftime 20 minutes, but games flown by since then. And we hit final 28-0 your final score. And for the first time ever, for Penn State, they shut out 2 Big Ten opponents in the same season. There's still one more game to be played next week. And the way Michigan State's playing right now at Ohio State, Penn State's going to have a better chance, better shot than expected next week on the road against the Spartans, as previously thought. It'll be a 7-4 Penn State on the road at 9-2 Michigan State. Purdue just beat Northwestern 32-14 as well.
With you as we continue here on our Big Ten game break.
So they'll take us to the bottom of the hour with some highlights and kick off then for games still to come. We'll get back to previewing what's still to kick off here in a second. Some other games that have since gone final. Georgia beat Charleston Southern. Mississippi State beat Tennessee State. Purdue, as mentioned, along with Penn State, beating Rutgers. Boilermakers beat the Wildcats Northwestern. Pat Fitzgerald is another name, their guy. I wouldn't mind at Penn State, but it's not 2012 or 2014 when they hired Bill O'Brien and James Franklin. And he just signed an extension after last year anyway, and he's not going to be leaving anytime soon from Ryan, Phil, and Evanston. But they played at Wrigley today as they fall to 3-8 with the loss. Purdue with a big one. I mean, hell, Jeff Brom's name could come up for a few jobs bigger than Purdue if he'd want to leave. I feel he'd fit well, say like Virginia Tech or TCU. I feel like right now, I was just thinking about this the other day, with former Penn State head coach and Bill O'Brien, that, okay, if Franklin leaves, I'd welcome Billy Bob back, no doubt about it. He left when he did, and rightfully so. Franklin comes in and has steered the ship in the right direction since. What O'Brien did in 12 and 13 was pretty remarkable. I mean, nobody gave them a chance then. Nobody still really gives Penn State a chance. But Penn State, as Penn State does, time and time again, goes out and proves everyone wrong. Matt Roll, Luke Fickell, and Matt Campbell, followed by O'Brien and Joe Moorhead, would be my 5 for Penn State if Franklin were to leave. I don't see him leaving, though, now. If he does, he does. But if he doesn't, okay, well, then he doesn't. He's still the head coach, and he stays. They won't fire him. Believe me, they won't fire him. 7-5 still disappointing compared to, how it could have, should have been, but could have, would have, should have. They didn't win those games, and now they're 7-4 with another win today. So a trend, okay, they've lost 4 or 5, 4 or 6 now, but they've won now 2 of their last 3 and head to Michigan State next week. But, O'Brien would be 4th on the list to return, because I feel prodigal son Matt Roll would be the go-to. You got to bring him home. If he can win at Temple and Baylor, he can win at Penn State, no doubt about it. And what Luke Fickell, Matt Campbell have done as program builders at Cincinnati and Iowa State, respectively, they should be able to win at Penn State as well. Ohio State and Pitt aside, they're all maters. They should be able to win at Penn State in 2022 then at that point in the future. But Bill O'Brien. Now, with the state of Texas, okay, he coached the Houston Texans. I don't know how TCU would feel, but Gary Patterson left that program in a good situation. He got them from a non-Power 5 to the Rose Bowl to the Big 12, and he won consistently well with consistency. Bill O'Brien, if I'm him, okay, I get you're the offensive coordinator right now at Alabama. Now, okay, you want to become a head coach in the NFL again? Okay, so be it. We'll have the NFL openings as well. Somebody will take a chance on him. I mean, hell, he won in the NFL as a head coach. It was the problem when they put him in the front office role as the general manager as well, and he couldn't juggle it all, and, the ship sank and it got fucked up. And no wonder he got fired after an 0-4 start then, because of ownership sort of running him out of town. He won with the Texans with Sean Watson. Now they're, where they're at, but I feel Bill O'Brien would be a good fit for Virginia Tech to take over for Justin Fuente, who parted ways with the school just this past week. Of course, following the legendary career of Hall of Famer Frank Beamer. Now, his son Shane, who's at South Carolina, in SEC East at 5-5. I mean, hell, if he can win at South Carolina at 5-5 in his first year as head coach, I would think he'd be able to win at Virginia Tech in the ACC as well and take over for his dad, 6-7 years after the fact from when he retired. And, Fuente won, but in the end, he didn't. I mean, Bronco Mendenhall's name from Virginia might come up for, say, USC because of his West Coast ties from when he won at BYU, and now he's winning at Virginia in the ACC. I mean, hell, he should be able to win in Southern California, I would think. But, what does USC really want? What does LSU want? Lincoln Riley's name came up for that job the other day. It's going to get very crazy. It's going to get wild as ever. It's going to be hot as hell as well. Potentially one of the craziest coaching carousels I think we've ever seen, at least in one calendar year following the season into the next, for big name programs looking for a new head coach. Because USC and LSU are open right now. You know, Florida and Miami could open up. Talked about the Big Ten earlier. You know, really, other than Penn State and Michigan State, you know, if Franklin and Tucker are going to leave, okay, they'll be open. But other than that, I don't really see anybody else leaving. But it's always a domino effect, as mentioned earlier. You know, one coach leaves to go somewhere, that job opens up, and so on and so forth. I mean, big name programs. I mean, like I said, with Mel Tucker, if he'd leave Michigan State, I'd call it Pat Narduzzi from Pitt because of his ties with Sparty before as the defense coordinator and Mark D'Antonio. But Tucker's going to sign an extension. Pitt's going to try to keep Narduzzi, no doubt about it, after Pitt's phenomenal year this year. One of their best in quite a while. You know, Dave Clawson at Wake Forest could get a bigger job. I've said before with the Big Ten with Minnesota and Northwestern, PJ Fleck's a name, even with an extension, maybe. But I doubt it. And Pat Fitzgerald just signed. Bielema was in his first year. Scott Frost coming back. Nebraska could open up next year if they don't win. You know, Jeff Brom could leave Purdue, maybe. Ryan Day's not leaving Ohio State unless it's for the NFL. So, yeah. I mean, I went over that a little bit earlier. So, you can go back and listen to it if you're just now tuning in. And we'll get more into the coaching carousel, you know, later. I mean, if Lincoln Riley would leave Oklahoma, I'd call it Bob Stoops to come back, no doubt. Especially with Oklahoma and Texas going to be going to the SEC in a few years. But then for the Big 12, you know, Oklahoma State, Baylor, Iowa State, even West Virginia, TCU, and Cincinnati is going to join with Houston, who's playing damn well. BYU as well in Central Florida. I mean, I still don't get UCF to the Big 12 by any means, but all right, it is what it is. I'd rather have Boise State. You know, maybe Fickle and Campbell both stay. But they'll have more chances to win in the future. I don't think Brian Kelly's leaving Notre Dame. Kalani Sitake from BYU, he could be a name for somewhere, I don't know. But, and there's always going to be a MAC coach or two that gets a lower tier non-Power 5 job in a conference. You know, we'll see who that is. Brady Hoke's a name to keep an eye out for at San Diego State, maybe for USC. Because, I mean, hell, he won at Michigan until he ran him out of town because he started to lose. But then they bring in Harbaugh. And, you know, they've won. Michigan about to kick off at Maryland here, coming up in a little bit. But Brady Hoke's a name to keep an eye out for, along with Troy Calhoun at Air Force. Of course, Mario Cristobal at Oregon. I don't see him leaving, though. I mean, Joe Moorhead, the offense coordinator, former Fordham head coach before he became Penn State's offense coordinator and the head coach of Mississippi State then as well. You know, I think he'll get a job. I think he would fit at really anywhere. He would. I mean, TCU and Virginia Tech, those are just right behind right now USC and LSU as good jobs. They are. And you're going to have a chance to win. I mean, Kyle Whittingham, I get he's getting up there in age, but he'd be a fit for USC if he'd want to leave Utah. They got a big one against Oregon tonight from Salt Lake City, but I doubt he'll leave. Mark Stoops, another one from Kentucky. You know, Lane Kiffin as well at Ole Miss. You know, Florida or Miami would open. Lane at the U, that'd be pretty big. You know, I would think, though, that would have to be his last stop because he's bounced around, and that's why I wouldn't want him at Penn State or anywhere else if I'm a, you know, fan of whatever fan base you're a fan of, because he has a trend of leaving after a few years. You know, Jimbo's not leaving A&M. I mean, even at LSU, I mean, Clay Helton just got a gig. He got fired by USC. He's now at Georgia State or Georgia Southern, if I'm not mistaken. Look at LSU going to get rid of Go Tigers, Ed Orgeron. Hell, he could get a good job at some school. I don't know where. Coastal Carolina's coach and Jimmy Chadwell, Billy Napier, Louisiana Lafayette. They'll get some looks. So, yeah, talk about that a little bit. But I'll have a coaching carousel video out, and right now I'm looking at December the 1st. It's about a week and a half away. Hard to believe. Thanksgiving's next Thursday, though. Because, of course, next weekend we'll have the final regular season Saturday in college football this year. But 2 weeks from now, the conference championship games. And then that Sunday, the 5th, that's when the college football playoff will be revealed for the 4 teams in the semis fighting to get to the national championship game on Monday, January the 10th. Bowl games then will be revealed later on that night, into the next day. And then that week, I'll have a bowl game prediction video out, as well as keep an eye out for both. Be sure to subscribe if you haven't done so already. Hit that red subscribe button, hard to miss. Notification bell next to it, as well. Links in the description below for social media. Like, follow, and subscribe. But that's what I'm looking at right now. West Virginia is going to beat Texas 31-23. Ohio State beats Michigan State 56-7 as they go final. But still a lot to unfold for what the future is going to look like here at Penn State, here, there, wherever, You like who you like, root for who you root for. You're a fan. Short for fanatic. We get into it. Penn State football with a 28-0 win here at home against Rutgers. Big win, no doubt about it, to get to the 7th win of the season, 7-4 now. Really could be 11-0 or anywhere in between. We'll get more into the details here in a minute. But yeah, Penn State, come bowl season, they'll be going to a damn good bowl game. And hopefully they'll have 8 wins, sitting at 8-4, rather than 7-5. But if they lose next week, they lose next week. Just hoping for a win against Sparty. As this is not Sparta, this is Happy Valley. And the Nittany Lions whack the Scarlet Knights and send Greg Schiano chopping back to Piscataway. We'll kick off with a few other games here at 3:30 with Oklahoma just now beating Iowa State as well, 28-21. So everything that I've watched since noon has now gone final. Well, actually, Clemson still on, leading Wake Forest 41-27. But we turned that game off. Penn State over Rutgers. Ohio State over Michigan State. Oklahoma over Iowa State. And Clemson's going to beat Wake Forest, but then West Virginia, just beat Texas. How about we turn on FS1 for Illinois and Iowa as they near halftime. Hawkeyes lead by 4, 17-13. That'll be on 1. It looks like also here coming up at 3:30. Actually, no, we're going to turn on CBS on the main TV with Arkansas and Alabama. The Hogs and the Tide on CBS with Brad Nessler and Garrett Danielson with Jim Erdahl on the call. Okay, that's 1. What should be 2? Nebraska, Wisconsin? No, Virginia Pitt. That's going to be a good game. Virginia Pitt, okay. Got that. Nebraska, Wisconsin as well. Maybe UAB, University of Texas San Antonio. No, I should probably turn on Illinois, Iowa. As Oklahoma wins, they clinch a spot in the Big 12 championship game. Big 12, of course, will take the 2 highest seeded teams in the conference to play each other. SMU Cincinnati is a good one, too. Maybe I should turn that on. See if Cincinnati can actually do something. You know, they've held on to win a few games as of late. You know, no wonder they're not only 5th in the college football playoff rankings when they're really 2 in the AP, as they should be, because they're undefeated 10-0. But they got to go out and show out. They got to win and win big. So, yeah, we're going to have Arkansas, Alabama, along with, I don't need to see Michigan or Maryland because Penn State played those 2 the past 2 weeks. Plus, I'll see Michigan next week hosting Ohio State. I think Rutgers will beat Maryland. So Maryland might not even go to a bowl game now. They're 5-5. They lose out. They're 5-7. No bowl. Now, if they beat Michigan somehow today, okay, Ohio State's going to the Big Ten title game. The winner next week, if Michigan wins today, the winner between Ohio State and Michigan is going to the Big Ten championship game to play, for the most part, probably still Wisconsin. I mean, Iowa's right there. Minnesota's right there. But Purdue beat Iowa. Iowa beat Minnesota, so Purdue's there as well. But then Wisconsin beat Iowa. Wisconsin's got to play Minnesota next week. I believe Wisconsin, already beat Purdue as well. So, we're going to be underway with Arkansas, Alabama, Virginia, and Pitt, along with, I'm trying to figure out these other 2 games. Yeah, we'll watch Nebraska, Wisconsin. That'll be a good game. And then probably UAB, University of Texas San Antonio. No, SMU, Cincy. Yeah, we'll go there. SMU, Cincinnati. And then games, here we go. Still to kick off later on tonight. We'll start with everything right now, 3:30. And everything still to kick. Okay, here we go. Arkansas, Alabama, Virginia, and Pitt, along with Michigan and Maryland, Nebraska, Wisconsin, UAB, University of Texas San Antonio, Marshall, Charlotte, Old Dominion, Middle Tennessee State, Minnesota and Indiana, East Carolina, Navy, App State, Troy, SMU, Cincinnati, BYU, Georgia Southern, Syracuse, NC State, Florida, Mizzou, Rice, UTEP, UConn, UCF, Louisiana, Lafayette, and Liberty, Kansas, TCU. There's a lot of damn good games today. There is. Temple, Tulsa, the Battle of LA, UCLA, USC, Baylor, Kansas State's a good one, Auburn, South Carolina, North Texas, Florida International. The band is on the field, Cal and Stanford, Oregon, Utah in the Pac-12 After Dark, Vandy, Ole Miss, South Alabama, Tennessee, Virginia Tech, Miami, Oklahoma State, Texas Tech, Wyoming, Utah State, Louisiana, Monroe, and LSU, New Mexico and Boise State, Arizona State, Oregon State, and from the islands at midnight, Colorado State and Hawaii. Now, next week, week 13 in college football will begin. It's Tuesday. You know what that means, before Thanksgiving. Buffalo and Ball State, as we'll head from Indiana to Illinois on our planes, trains, and automobiles in some action. Buffalo, Ball State, and Western Michigan, Northern Illinois. Fresno State, San Jose State, the Egg Bowl is next Thursday night on Thanksgiving. Ole Miss, Mississippi State. Friday, on Black Friday, we'll have Colorado and Utah, TCU, Iowa State, along with the Apple Cup of Washington State, Washington, Boise State, San Diego State is arguably the best game of the day next Friday, in which we'll also see the match. Kansas State, Texas. Some more action, Eastern Michigan, Central Michigan, Ohio, and Bowling Green, along with Utah and New Mexico. A heartland rivalry between the Hawkeyes of Iowa and the Cornhuskers of Nebraska from the land of corn. UTEP and UAB, Cincinnati, East Carolina, Mizzou, Arkansas, South Florida, UCF, Coastal Carolina, South Alabama, along with UNLV, Air Force. As UNLV lost last night, Air Force won last night in triple overtime. They'll meet next week. And North Carolina, NC State. Next Saturday, as it is rivalry weekend, we'll have the Iron Bowl between Alabama and Auburn, the Civil War between Oregon State and Oregon, the battle between Penn State and Michigan State for the Land Grant Trophy. Kickoff will be at either 3:30 or 4 o'clock. Still to be determined. We'll find out tomorrow at the latest. Monday, Notre Dame and Stanford, along with Wake Forest, Boston College. Joey McGuire, who is currently an assistant at Baylor, who has since taken the Texas Tech job, will have Texas Tech and Baylor next week as well. Wisconsin, Minnesota from TCF Bank in the Twin Cities for the battle of Paul Bunyan's axe. Pitt and Syracuse from the Carrier Dome. Kentucky, Louisville in a bluegrass showdown. From the Commonwealth, Virginia Tech and Virginia. The land of Lincoln, Northwestern Illinois. Indiana, Purdue, one state over to the east. Maryland, Rutgers. UMass, New Mexico State. West Virginia will look to become bowl eligible at 6-6 after a win today at home against Texas. They'll travel to Lawrence, Kansas to take on the Jayhawks. Cal and UCLA. Arizona, Arizona State. All those games I just mentioned off for next Saturday, those still have kicks to be determined. Now next Saturday at noon, we'll have Georgia and Georgia Tech, along with the game with Ohio State visiting the Big House in Ann Arbor, taking on the Michigan Wolverines. Houston and UConn in the Sunshine State of Florida from the Swamp. Florida State and Florida, as the Seminoles will also look to become bowl eligible. So Florida's going to have to win today just to play it safe, because rivalry games, those can go either way. And then if they finish at 5-7, Dan Mullen's going to be out. Because, hell, they already lost to South Carolina. They lose to Mizzou today. Missouri's up and down. Jesus Christ. Yeah, we'll see what happens there. But Florida State just beat Boston College by 3, I do believe the final score was, 26-23. We'll get into the final scores. And assassin scores from Rutgers Penn State here in a second. So once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. Still trying to figure out when the last time Penn State had a quarterback play that wore the number 20 or more, if ever. Okay, I do find out in the late 1960s, under Joe Paterno, in his first few years, number 22, before Capoletti took the number and won the Heisman in 73, Chuck Burkhart wore that 22 and was a starting quarterback. But other than him, you got to go back to Darrell Clark, who won 17, and Tony Sacca, who wore 19. And then Mason Stahl comes in for Christian Veilleux, who played in relief of Sean Clifford, the Big Red Dog, today because of an injury. and illness and had 3 touchdowns. Richie Lucas wore 33. Okay, that was in the late 50s. Galen Hall, also in the late 50s, who was an offense coordinator at Penn State under Joe Paterno. He wore 25. So I guess, okay, maybe a few more times than just today, but it's been a good 50 years since Penn State has had a quarterback that wore a number higher than 20 and actually played in the game. So first for myself today, just a little cool tidbit. I wasn't expecting, as mentioned earlier, Penn State to have a quarterback today play that was wearing the number 20 or higher. Not named who I just mentioned off, or of course Doug Flutie, who wore 22 well and really is the only quarterback I think people think of, including myself, that have worn a number higher than 20 and actually are good at playing quarterback. So I'll digress there. But also next week, Army Liberty is going to be a good game. Navy and Temple, Miami, Ohio, Kent State, Akron, Toledo. Miami will head to Duke, Louisiana Tech and Rice, University of Texas Antonio and North Texas. Charlotte, Old Dominion, Texas State, Arkansas State, Troy and Georgia State, Georgia Southern App State, Florida International, Southern Miss. Hawaii will head to Laramie, Wyoming, late November, after playing on the islands all season long. Western Kentucky and Marshall. From Tennessee, we'll have Vandy and the Volunteers. Tulsa, SMU, Louisiana Monroe, Louisiana Lafayette, Texas A&M and LSU. Middle Tennessee State, Florida Atlantic, as if you can hear some whining in the background, just the big dog enjoying their college football Saturday, cheering on the blue and white. Penn State picking up another win. Seems to me, though, he wants me to end this stream and get off so we can watch, of course, some more college football, the remaining part of the day together, as the big dog has made numerous appearances on the channel before. Be sure to go check him out. Texas A&M, LSU next week. Middle Tennessee State, Florida Atlantic, as mentioned, along with Oklahoma and Oklahoma State. The Palmetto Bowl from South Carolina. We got Clemson back in the win column, upsetting Wake Forest at home. They'll travel to take on Darius Rutgers' South Carolina Gamecocks in a non-conference rivalry game to close out the regular season. That doesn't happen a whole hell of a lot anymore. That's old school as old school gets. Tulane, Memphis, Nevada, Colorado State. And next Saturday night, BYU, USC before conference championship weekend, 2 weeks from now. And then the day after, we'll have the college football playoff be revealed with who is playing in the Cotton and Orange Bowls. And then the two winners will meet in the College Football Playoff National Championship game on Monday night, January the 10th. I'll have live watch-along reactions of all three games, live right here on YouTube, along with Penn State's bowl game, whenever that may be, against whoever they play. But today, on Senior Day, in the final home game of the season for the Penn State and the Lions, the Blue and White defeat Rutgers by a final score of 28-0. So, once again, thank you to the seniors. We will read off the list from walk-ons to fourth year, fifth year, and the super seniors this year as well, with that extra year of eligibility. We'll begin with some walk-ons who some have played, some haven't, but they have contributed. So thank you to them. Thank you to the seniors of walk-ons wide receiver Ben Wilson and Justin Weller, along with Winston Churchill Eubanks, and from Erie, Henry Fessler, kicker Vlad Hilling from Hollidaysburg, punter Bradley King, along with offensive lineman Caleb Congus, defensive end Dan Vasey, offensive lineman as well Will Knotson, and linebacker Max Chisma, with holder number 90 from, with the holidays coming up, the National Lampoon himself, holder, former kicker from Chevy Chase, Maryland, Rafael Checa. Now the scholarship fourth-year seniors, offensive lineman Anthony Wiggin. But then, well, with these three, they all could come back if they want to. I could see one of them coming back, that being linebacker, defensive end Jesse Lucchetta. At the same time, though, all three are probably going to be gone. Jesse Lucchetta, linebacker, defensive lineman, PJ Mustipher, who since the Iowa game has been out with a season-ending injury, along with wide receiver Jahan Dotson. Some fifth-year seniors who are on scholarship. Journey Brown, of course, last year, though, he had to medically retire, but they still honored him pregame, along with Jordan Minor as well. Have kicker Jordan Stout, along with Mike Miranda and Cam Sullivan-Brown on the offense. On defense, Jonathan Sutherland, who had an interception, the lone turnover today by either team. And Rutgers 5-0 when they turn the ball over, 0-5, now 0-6 when they do turn the ball over, as Penn State beats Rutgers 28-0. Drew Hartlub played key today in the special teams aspect, downed Rutgers a few times inside the 5 as the gunner. As Jordan Stout, 4-4 in extra points, no field goal attempts, but it was a punt contest early. Both punters played well. Penn State's defense played extremely well. Second shutout this season, and for the first time ever, the second Penn State shutout in one regular season for the first time ever in Big Ten play for the Nittany Lions since 1993, since they joined the conference. Also a senior, of course, number 13, linebacker Ellis Brooks, who's sort of had a quiet season after first 5 games or so. And then also on defense, Fred Hansard, and transfer number 17 from Temple, Arnold Ebikadi. Don't want to miss anybody. Did I mention off number 75, offensive lineman Des Holmes? If I didn't, well, now I did. Eric Wilson, who transferred in from Harvard, is a super senior, along with Derek Tangelo, who transferred from Duke, and John Lovett, who transferred from Baylor, who we did not see play today. It was Kevon Lee and Noah Kane. But then also Jaquan Brisker and Tariq Castro Fields. Those are your Penn State seniors. So thank you, seniors, on this Penn State Senior Day from right here in Happy Valley Beaver Stadium, as you can go out, their head held high, with a win in your final game ever being played at Beaver Stadium in your college career, with a 28-0 win against the Rutgers Scarlet Knights. Okay. Arkansas, Alabama, Virginia, and Pitt, along with, I still haven't turned these other 2 games on yet. Okay, we'll go Nebraska, Wisconsin, and we'll go SMU, Cincinnati. And we have some action in, turnover by the Hogs. Alabama football going to try to capitalize, still tied at 0. But the Cornhuskers and Badgers tied at 7. Whereas Cincinnati leads SMU 7-0. Virginia same at Pitt. But yeah, 7 apiece with Wisconsin at home against Nebraska, 7-7. And 7-0 Virginia, 7-0 Cincinnati, and 0-0 Arkansas, Alabama. So falling, of course, Rutgers, Penn State, Michigan State, Ohio State, Iowa State, Oklahoma, Wake Forest, Clemson, and Texas, West Virginia. We now have on Arkansas, Alabama, SMU, Cincinnati, Nebraska, Wisconsin, and Virginia and Pitt to close out the upcoming 3:30 window. I know there's a few other good 4 o'clock kicks coming up here in a few minutes or so as well, with the Battle of LA, as mentioned earlier, with UCLA traveling from the Rose Bowl to the Coliseum in downtown Los Angeles. That'll be at 4 o'clock on Fox. At halftime right now, Iowa leads Illinois 17-13. Coastal Carolina is going to beat Texas State. Georgia State leads Arkansas State right now 14-13, early third quarter. Notre Dame putting it to Georgia Tech 38-0 midway through the second quarter. Colorado 10-3 over Washington. Arkansas, Alabama, as mentioned, tied at 0. Cincinnati leads SMU 7-0. Nebraska, Wisconsin tied at 7. Virginia leads Pitt 7-0 as well. Michigan, Maryland also underway, tied at 0. UAB, University of San Antonio 7-0 there from the Alamodome. Charlotte leads Marshall 7-0. Old Dominion leads Middle Tennessee State 7-0. Minnesota, Indiana also underway, tied at 0. East Carolina 13-7 at Navy. App State, Troy at 0. And UTEP and Rice are also tied at 0. Final scores, though, from earlier. Georgia as Ohio State beat Michigan State by the same exact score. Georgia over Charleston Southern, and Ohio State over Michigan State 56-7. Clemson 48-27 winners at home from Death Valley against Wake Forest in the ACC. Oklahoma 28-21 winners over Iowa State. Texas A&M 52-3 over Prairie View A&M. 55-10 Mississippi State over Tennessee State. Kentucky beat New Mexico State 56-16. Western Kentucky 52-17 over Florida Atlantic. 3-point win for the Noles. Florida State 26, Boston College 23. North Carolina 34-13 defeating Wofford. Purdue from Wrigley Field beat Northwestern 32-14. Army 33-17 over UMass. West Virginia 31-23 over Texas. Tulane beat South Florida 45-14, and Kent State 38-0 defeating Akron. But today, from right here in Happy Valley at Beaver Stadium, the Penn State Nittany Lions win on Senior Day and pick up the 304th all-time win in Beaver Stadium history to close 2021 before traveling to East Lansing next Saturday for a kick at Michigan State, with a kick time still be determined. We'll be live right here on YouTube this time next week for a 3:30 or a 4 o'clock kick between the Nittany Lions and Spartans for the Land Grant Trophy. So hopefully you'll tune in and listen to some more live watch-along reactions then live right here on YouTube. All you have to do is hit that red subscribe button. Be sure to tune back in tomorrow and on Monday as well for more live watch-along reactions. But Penn State here today, as mentioned, 28-0 winners over the Scarlet Knights as they bow down to their master. The blue and white with a win, now 7-4. 7-4 on the year. You know, could be 11-0, could be anywhere in between. 7-4, I'll take it. But those 4 losses, of course, all less by a margin of 10 points, total of 18. 3-2, 9-4. I mean, man, come on. It's a few big plays that if they would have went their way, maybe the outcome's different. Maybe it's still the same, though. I don't know. It's how the game played out. So you live with it. But today, on the Saturday before Thanksgiving, hopefully everybody has a happy Thanksgiving next week as well. The Penn State Lions win. Once again, your final score, 28-0. They didn't turn the ball over. They, of course, had some injuries, had some non-COVID related illnesses. Have to say that, of course, because of if you get sick anymore, everybody always thinks it's just COVID. But remember, just think in the back of your head, what got you to this point in life? And it's not believing everything the media tells you or everything that you read on paper. But here we are in 2021, and everybody believes what they hear or see. So, but I'll digress. This game wasn't decided on paper day, it was decided on the field. And sun was out for the most part all entire afternoon. Another cold 40-degree afternoon from right here in central Pennsylvania. Of course, last week there's some weather, but for the most part it was after the game. I mean, a little bit before, most part though after. Penn State still lost last week though, but as they had lost 4 or 5, they've now won 2 of 3. So that speaks for something. And now you head to Michigan State next week. In a game that arguably, Michigan State is probably going to open as a favorite. I don't know by how much. I could really care less. But it's going to be a game that Penn State's going to have a good chance to win if they can run the football. Whether Sean Clifford comes back to play quarterback or not, and he probably will because they're with Christian Veilleux, true freshman from Canada. He crippled Rutgers today. 3 touchdowns on 235 yards passing, along with 36 yards rushing. He played pretty damn well. On the road, I mean, I would start him, yeah. But then if it goes sideways, well, then you have veteran experience behind him. And vice versa. Because Veilleux, he's now played in college. He knows how the game goes. Now, every week you're not going to be playing Rutgers. No offense to Rutgers. At 5-5, they're a damn good team. And they played damn good today. They had Penn State right where they wanted them at. Right before halftime. And then after that, that's when it went downhill for them. Because Penn State with a late first half touchdown, 7-0 at halftime. Third quarter got away from them. Penn State put it on. And then another touchdown in the fourth. 28-0 your final score. Second shutout for Penn State this season. First time ever that has happened in a single season for the Nittany Lions since joining the Big Ten Conference in 1993. So a 24-0 win at home. The actual last home win Penn State had as well, early October against the Hoosiers. They shut out Rutgers here this afternoon, 28-0. So I said earlier, okay, they score more than 30, they're unbeaten. 2 points shy, but they held Rutgers to way below their average and they shut them out. 28-0. Your final score. They were able to run the football for the most part. I mean, I feel whenever Veilleux came in, there was a spark. You know, it took them a little while because early on, it was getting ugly. It was a punt contest. Nobody could do a damn thing. It was a defensive showdown. Either team could move the ball more than 5 yards. And if they did, well, the drive ended up stalling after a first down anyway. And it was 3 and out, 3 and out, and 3 and out. And right before halftime, Penn State scored, got a stop early, as Rutgers did as well, third quarter. But then after that, Penn State turned the key with Kevon Lee, pedal to the metal, And Christian Veilleux 3 touchdowns later, along with a rushing touchdown as well from Kevon Lee, who finished with 13 carries, 41 yards rushing and a score to close it out, seal it from 8 yards, 28-0. Your final score. Penn State wins it now 7-4. The running game, though, yeah, it's good. It's getting there, but it needs to be 10 times better than what it is, no doubt. Still very frustrating that, okay, they lost 3 in a row and 4 or 5, but now have won, 2 of their last 3. But still at the same time, yeah, as I said, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. We'll see if they can finish strong. For what this season was and, sort of has become, it's with another win, I'll take it. A win's a win. Still, not very disappointing, but it's still disappointing. But, I'll shut up in that regard because I'm not going to bitch about, even though I will, and rightfully so, because I know it as much as everyone else does, and they all know it as well. Be playing 10 times better and go back to the 4 games that they lost by 3, 2, 9, and 4 again. Okay? Less than a margin of 10, 18 total. They shut out another opponent today. So credit to the defense. Busting their ass, playing their hearts out. Blue-collar mentality, next man up, standard to standard. Put your hard hat on, go to work. Get after them, make some stops. You go back to those 4 games, a few big plays here or there, it could be different outcomes. It's still frustrating. It is. You think about it, and I try not to, but I sort of got to bring it up for, what I'm saying. So it's getting a little happier right now in Happy Valley, no doubt about it. A win's a win. I'll take it. They got to finish strong, though. They got to beat Michigan State. Because they can't turn into a roller coaster and be up and down and all over the goddamn place moving ahead. Because if that's the case, then it's like, come on, man, what the fuck, So, yeah, they found a running game. It's there, but it's not. I've said that a few times this year already. It's got to be more consistent, though. And until it becomes more consistent, I'm just going to keep saying it. They have to be more balanced. They have to get Dots in the football. They have to get Parker Wash in the football as well. He had a good game today. Lambert Smith. There's always one of the 3 receivers that has a quiet game. And today is Keandre Lambert Smith. It's flip-flopping. They need to go to the damn tight ends more, too. And once again, the defense played their hearts out. They played well. Second shutout in one season. I don't care who the hell you are. Has to speak for something. I get it wasn't back-to-back games, but 2 shutouts in 1 year by 24 and 28 because the defense is out there until the offense gets rolling, making stop after stop. And then they do get rolling. Typical Penn State football for you. Start out slow and then pull away. A win's a win. A win is a win. I'll take it. 28-0. Could have been a whole hell of a lot worse. Could have been a whole hell of a lot better, though, too. Both teams left points off the board, no doubt about it, because it was ugly early. But that's a defensive showdown. That's low scoring. Credit to Greg Schiano. He's doing well at Rutgers. Probably a little bit better, I'd say, right now than expected. But I've told you, I feel, once again, he's the right man for the job, and he's going to turn him back around just as he did 20 years ago. Because he's won at Rutgers before. If he can win at Rutgers twice in his career, over 2 different stints, that's a damn good coach for their level of football, but not, of course, having the makings of a varsity athlete against Penn State. So, yeah, Penn State played well. They did. Win's a win. They still haven't lost to Rutgers since 1988. They'll play at Rutgers next year. We'll see what the schedule looks like. We'll dive more into that topic and recruiting and just everything for what the future holds for the blue and white into next year during the bowl game. So keep an eye out then, whenever that may be, late December, early January. But I'll have live watch along reactions live here on YouTube. So be sure to tune in, hit that red subscribe button. But yeah, some gabagool sounds good right about now. It does. I am getting a little hungry, so call up TS and see if Carm is cooking tonight or if we're gonna eat out and then fade to black. But you know, hey, once again, a win's a win. Whether it's against Rutgers, Maryland, Indiana for the first home win since that game, Villanova, Auburn, Ball State, Wisconsin. You know, you go back to last week. Yeah, probably should have beat Michigan, but they didn't. Definitely should have beat Illinois, but they didn't. Probably still, even with a backup quarterback at Iowa, should have won that game too, but they didn't. And then they lost at Ohio State too. And in every game, margin of 10, less than 10, I should say, total of 18. Big play late in the game that ended up costing them. You know, in the first overtime against Illinois, Penn State scored, and then they dropped an interception. Would have sealed the deal. You know, Iowa, Clifford doesn't go down. They win that game pretty handily, probably. But they still had a chance with Taekwon. But just imagine Christian Veilleux in today. If he would have played then, who knows? They might have won that. They didn't, though. Ohio State, the difference was a field goal and a defensive score. You can't turn the ball over and commit as many penalties as you do and expect to win. And last week, well, they ran into each other and gave up a big touchdown. And they still haven't had a 100-yard rusher since they beat Michigan a week from now last year. It's been that long. So we'll see if history repeats itself on the road in the state of Michigan if Penn State can get a 100-yard rusher. One per year. That's their average right now. It's ridiculous. It all starts up front. You have to be able to block, to run the football, to open up the play action. Run to pass, pass to run, play Penn State defense, and rely on your special teams. And just thank God they didn't go for it on a few fourth and shorts early in the game, along with, you know, some fake field goals and punts like they had. Because even when you go back to last week, they had a fake field goal attempt and then a missed field goal. They lose by 4. Added up, they win by 2, 23-21. That 6 points was the difference. Yeah, they have to be able to find a running game. But if they would have went for it, you know, who knows? Maybe Rutgers was going to be able to capitalize off of that, and it'll spark something for them, create some rhythm and momentum, and they don't get shut out. Maybe they score, take a lead, Penn State comes back. But once Penn State scored and we hit halftime at 7-0, you know, the stats really weren't there. I mean, they were, but they weren't. There's no I in team, though. It's a team sport. It's a team game. You know, just get the ball to whoever the hell is open. Move the sticks. Keep it simple. Short run, short pass. Eventually you'll break one off and work the sticks. Move the chains. First down, first down, first down. I mean, as a team, the third down was split. Rutgers was 4-16 and Penn State was 5-15, and they were both 0 for 1 on fourth down. But Penn State's fourth down came in the final minute of the game, not running up the score, running up the middle on 4th and 8 to run the clock out. I mean, the difference really was, I mean, at least they had 100 yards rushing as a team at 149. I mean, they held Rutgers to under 100 passing yards and 100 rushing yards today. So you add that all up, the total yardage was 409 for Penn State and 160 for Rutgers. $12 total penalties. And guess what? Guess what I said earlier? When Penn State's had less than 30 minutes of time possession, they've lost every game. Okay? But when they have more than 30 minutes of time possession, they've won every game. They're 6-4 now, 7-4. That stays true. Penn State had 33 minutes and 34 seconds of time possession today. So they won the time battle. They won the turnover battle. Big plays as well. They even had Vayu aired out with some deep balls. And he just a little overthrown. But he's a true freshman, so you got to live with it. He'll learn. Okay? Future's bright for Penn State still. And, you know, rushing, at least, I mean, okay, they had over 100 total rushing yards as a team. But I'll say it again. When you're starting quarterback, okay, he finished 5 less than the leading rusher, Christian Vayu did. When your starting quarterback leads your team in rushing, or is damn near close to leading the team in rushing, you have a serious problem. You have to be able to find a running game with the running backs you have, especially when you go by committee. No John Love today, okay, because Holmes got his first action of the season late, but it was Kevon Lee and Noah Kane. And then even John Lovett, but he didn't play today. Devin Ford's nowhere to be found because Holmes, well, he reemerged, but not much. 3, 5 running backs, you should be able to run the football like there's no tomorrow. Like, seriously, you should be able to just keep pounding the rock and rock it. But then the balance and the consistency comes into play. Yeah, okay, you're going to be throwing, no doubt about it, but you run to pass, you pass to run, you keep the defense on their feet, on their heels, not knowing what's coming. But because if you're running all the time, well, eventually they're going to stop you. You would think, I'd hope, if you're the defense. And then when you want to throw, they know you're going to throw, so then they're going to stop that then too, and vice versa. So, yeah, a win's a win. I'll take it, no doubt about it. Penn State 28-0, your final score here this afternoon against the visiting Rutgers Scarlet Knights. They cover the spread as well, for anybody interested in that. No, but it was winning the time possession and winning the turnover battle. And for the most part, they found a running game. It's slowly but surely getting there. It could be a whole hell of a lot worse. It needs to be 10 times better, though. They know that as much as we do. And then Christian Vayu. Where's this offense been all season long is what I want to know. I mean, I get you're playing Rutgers, but Rutgers is a damn good team, no doubt about it. And Penn State put it to them. They whacked the Scarlet Knights. And your final score, once again, is Penn State 28, Rutgers 0. So your final stats and scores. First for the losers, as they'll head back to one of the losingest states in America. Throw up that capital L and put it on your forehead. Show Rutgers with the capital R in their logo who they really are. Noah Vedral was 12 of 23 for only 91 yards passing. And then Rutgers rushing, Johnny Langan, 5 of 18, Aaron Young, 7 of 17, and Noah Vedral, 8 of 13. Bo Melton had 3 catches for 47 yards. VK, 1 of 18, and Aaron Young, 1 of 17. Penn State on the flip side. Sean Clifford finished 2 of 8 for 23 yards passing. But because of Penn State injuries an illness this week. James Franklin postgame saying there were out 35 players today because of both circumstances. 35 of your 90 players. That's a third of your team that it was out today. As he said, they did not have a scholarship quarterback practice yesterday. This week, it looked like a hospital room. But on Saturday, when the games played, they won. They found a way to win late, and they held on for the shutout as well because they came back and put it to them. Sean Clifford was out because of an injury. He did start, but out because of an injury and an illness. 2 for 8 for 23 yards passing. But Christian Veilleux, the true freshman from Ontario, Canada, the Canadian crippler himself, number 9, finished 15 of 24 for 235 yards passing and 3 touchdowns. 1 passing touchdown to Jahan Dotson. 1 passing touchdown to Parker Washington. And the third and final to Malik Mega from 67 yards out. Penn State rushing. Kevon Lee finished 13 carries for 41 yards rushing and another touchdown. 4 scores. Penn State, 7 years ago. They haven't lost to Rutgers since 1988, but they're sending Rutgers packing back down through Gettysburg to Piscataway. Kevon Lee, 13 to 41 in the score. Christian Veilleux, 10 carries, 36 yards rushing. Noah Kane, 7 to 29. Mason Stahl, who became the first Penn State quarterback to play in a game to wear a number higher than 20 in 50-plus years, had 3 carries for 22 yards rushing. Keziah Holmes, 3 for 15. Dotson, 1 of 4. Clifford, 2 of 4. And then receiving, Parker Washington, 6 for 72 and a touchdown. Malik Mega, 1 for 67 and a touchdown. Jahan Dotson, only 3 catches, 52 yards, but he did have a touchdown as well to get Penn State on the board early, 7-0 right before halftime. And then they scored another 21 unanswered, 28 unanswered total, shutting out Rutgers, 28-0 your final score. Tyler Warren, 2 for 37. Kevon Lee, 1 for 17. Theo Johnson, 2 for 9. Kendra Lambert-Smith had a catch for 7 yards as well. So we'll see what the future holds for the blue and white. But a win's a win. They're 7-4. They'll play at Michigan State this time next Saturday. We'll see if it is in fact a 3:30 or 4 o'clock kick on ESPN, ABC, or Fox. But I'll, regardless, have live watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube then. So be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. This is the easiest way to stay up to date. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and subscribe right here on YouTube. And hope to see everybody then. But in the meantime, have a happy Thanksgiving next Thursday. And we'll see if the blue and white can pick up their 8th and final win of the regular season before bowl season in a month's time to close out the season on a high. Okay, losing 4 or 5. They've won 2 or 3. We'll see if they can win 3 or 4 to close out the regular season to get to a bowl game and potentially win that and finish with 9 wins. I'd be happy about that. I would. Even with everything that happened this year, past month or so. The 4 losses, being a total of 18, margin less than 10. They're right there on the cusp, believe me. Penn State is right there. They just need to break through. Exactly what they need. They need to break through. So, until then, I guess for the time being we have to settle for what it's worth. But we are Penn State. They fought on until the end with their black shoes, basic blues, no names, and all game in a 28-0 Senior Day win to close out Beaver Stadium for 2021 before they travel to Michigan State next Saturday. And I'll have live watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube then. Hopefully you'll tune in to listen. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Coolhand Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Hail to the Lions. Penn State on Senior Day defeats Rutgers. Once again, your final score, Penn State 28, as the Lions pick up their second shutout win of the season, the first time ever they've done that in program history since joining the Big Ten in 1993. Penn State shuts out Greg Schiano and the Rutgers Scarlet Knights 28-0. We've been black with the screen all afternoon with audio only, live watch-along reactions. Just want to say, once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. Always greatly appreciated. But I know Penn State won. And I know Penn State just whacked Rutgers. But in the end, I mean, you can cue Don't Stop Believing if you want to. I really don't care. But we're still going to fade to black with a Penn State win, 28-0, once again, defeating Rutgers here on Senior Day. Thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below if you tune in tomorrow for NFL action with the Cowboys and Chiefs, along with Steelers and Chargers, along with on Monday night watching WWE Survivor Series on a delay with Monday Night Football and Monday Night Raw before Thanksgiving next Thursday. Hopefully everyone has a happy and safe Thanksgiving next Thursday before Penn State's final regular season game of the season a week from now, next Saturday, in a battle of the Land-Grant Trophy between the Michigan State Spartans as they'll host the now 7-4 blue and white Penn State Nittany Lions, picking up a 28-0 win, once again whacking Rutgers on Senior Day. Your final score, Penn State 28, Rutgers 0.